Whoa. Hi, chat. I haven't started up my piano software yet. I'll be real. My god. I only just ate. I was a little late to setting this up. I am not going to lie to you. Oh my god, are you okay? Yes, I am, don't worry. Oh, man. Right, this should be audible. Yes, it is. Now I just want to make sure that the piano itself is visible, which I don't think I have actually set up yet. So, you're gonna learn with me. Piano visual. You're gonna see my entire FL Studio. And then you're gonna rapidly see it shrink down. I wanna rotate this. And then have that whenever I want it go up there. Yeah, up to right about there. Cool, very professional. Put that behind my VTube Studio and hide it. Let me are you retreating it through daily Genshin Impact music? Okay. Sure. Sure, why not? That'll be fine. Might get a few more people in here than I was expecting, but I'll be sharing my opinions nonetheless. Anyway, guess. Hold on, let me like pick another track from this one that I really like the Tides Leisurely tune. It's silly. I love this entire album, the Shimmering Voyage Volume 5, so much. It's a fantastic album. It made my summer. I listen to it a lot. I might pull it up on stream at one point and we go through every track. Maybe I'll like work my way back slowly through all the albums till we've done all of them. Because there's how many albums does Genshin have? I have no fucking clue. It's a lot. I know it's a lot. There's very many. Tragically, if I ever do older albums, I might need your help, because they do list composer credits on the newer ones, but the older ones don't have them. Obviously, outside of, the Yu Peng Chen era, where, they'll have Yu Peng Chen listed. But, that's like very, very early. They stopped doing that. Did they stop doing that in Inazuma? Was he still listed in Inazuma? I don't think he was. Let me check. Realm of Tranquil... Oh, no, he still was. They definitely stopped doing it in Sumeru, then. Yeah, he's no longer listed on Millilith's Watch. He's no longer listed on Islands. The Sumeru album was the last one he was listed on, yeah. As, like, a direct artist credit. Anyway, I don't think we should be listening to older albums, because we have, like, almost 3 hours worth of music to go through. Which is a lot. So, like I said, I'm gonna be rating all of them in a tier list as best as I can. The tiers I decided to pick, because I wanted to... I have never had a Genshin Impact track that I would describe as bad. It just hasn't happened. So... There isn't really a bad category on here. There's era-defining for the tracks that are like, in 4-5 years down the line. We look back at like some Mondstadt Liyue and Inazuma tracks today, and you go like, yeah, that is like the signature sound from that region that I still remember currently. Like for something like Sumeru, an era-defining track would be Hustle and Bustle of Port Ormos. Like, no matter how many years pass, that track will still carry the sound of Sumeru, like, for years, and people will still remember it, right? Or for, like, battle themes, that goes the same way. Like, for Liyue, it'd be, like, Rage Beneath the Mountains, right? Like, that is absolute era-defining track. That's what this category is for. Then it's just anything that's really good, just on its own, it's peak. Tracks that I'm maybe, like, less fond of, but are very memorable. Like, just tracks that fit very well with the region. Like, if I hear them at some point, I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, I remember that one. Wouldn't skip if it played, or if I was listening to this album on shuffle, and it comes on, I wouldn't skip it. Like, maybe it's not my favorite, but, like, that's fine, I wouldn't skip it. And then there's tracks that are just, like, it's fine, it's whatever, not really for me. I don't think many tracks will be ending up in this category, but it has to be there just in case. So, that being said, composer credit will be listed above me. I am not as well brushed up on my composer knowledge as someone like Tragically in chat is. So if you ever have anything to add, by all means, you have the authority to do so. But I will try my best because I like to keep up with everything that is to do with this game's music. So we start with the very first track, for which I actually need to slightly expand the artist credit because Aurora was sitting on there. So, this is the second time that, for a main region, Hoyoverse has chosen a, like, very vocal-centric theme. And I gotta say, they still got it. Natlan wasn't a fluke. I'll share my opinions later at the end, but, like, Natlan wasn't a fluke. This is a very good track. And obviously, Aurora is an incredible vocalist. So what we just had was, like, basically what I call the primary nod Krai motif, but this right here is kind of also one. This does appear in other places, not often. But the primary nod Krai or the second nod Krai motif is this. Which, for being a motif for a region that we didn't think would exist, is incredible. And this is the other motif. Which I think is the better one. Because I'm gonna be pausing tracks as we're going on. We're not gonna listen to them all in one go. Because, like, I have to, like, point out some things. The thing that I like about that motif so much, it's, let's see, what key are we in? Yeah, that's it. So, the interesting thing about it is we're in the key of C minor. Right? Which, normally, in the key of C minor, if we were to play the fourth chord, it would be played in minor. It would be played... F minor would be the fourth of that chord, or of that key. But what this motif allows you to do is you have the 1, 3, 6, major 4. You get that shift in there, which gets this really, like, a, like, bittersweet kind of effect to it, which immediately makes me, like, fall in love with that region more. When I heard that for the first time, I was like, okay, yeah, that's kind of the sound that I needed. It's just a... that having that A in there to like provide like that extra bit of like tension release is such a good motif. That melody specifically is probably my favorite recurring Nod Cry melody. We get the very temporary key change, and then we immediately go back. But that very temporary key change does set up some tension, which is really nice. There we go. I made the music a little bit quieter. So now we get a section that I'm very big on the instrumental here. Not very big on the main vocal here. Instrumental's beautiful. And it's not the performance, it's just I don't think the vocals really fit that section. And now we get my favorite section, which is the climax of the whole piece. Get the key change up, and then we get that melody again. But you can hear they're not quite doing that major fourth, like, tension release here yet. Still not doing it. And then right here, they fully hit that tension release when Aurora's just belting over it, which is perfect. No notes. Love how that piece ends. I love the ending of that piece. Honestly, the ending of that piece is really just a callback to Natlan, because, with the Natlan piece, it ends with, like, everyone singing This is the Era of Rebirth in Swahili. I forgot what the lyrics were. I remembered them by heart at one point. But that Natlan team also, like, ends with that, like, collective, like, vocal chant of everyone to, like, just send you into the rest of the soundtrack and into the rest of the region. This piece does that too, and I think that's great. This is the second time that I should probably like have my own like background music running while we're discussing. Yeah. Maisha mare funisasa. That's it. Thank you. But yeah, like this is the second time that they've tried a very vocal centric piece. It is a little less vocal centric than Natlan. Natlan almost has a, like, either a soloist or a choir singing very distinct lyrics the entire way through. Nod Cry has a few more instrumental sections, which I think fit this piece more. For Natlan, obviously, it made a lot of sense that they went for a vocal-centric piece, because the main theme is basically, it's the Ode of Resurrection. It is not just really Natlan's national anthem, but it's like, it's a song sung in, like, rituals and ceremonies in the region. And it's like, it's the marching chant that everyone is singing, like, on the battlefield against the Abyss. It makes a lot of sense for that to be carried through music as well. For Nod Cry, it wasn't, like, entirely, like, set in stone that, like, oh, we're doing another, like, vocal piece. I'm glad that they did. I'm glad that they stuck with that. I have a few issues with it. And these are minor. I don't think, for me personally, I prefer Natlan over this track. Will that change over the course of Nod Cry? Potentially. When Natlan first came out, it immediately shot up to one of my favorites, but I was like, I don't know if it could beat Sumeru, and I'll be real, over the course of the Natlan year, especially over the course of the Archon quest, it got a lot closer to the point where I think now they're tied. They're tied favorite for me. Natlan and Sumeru, tied favorite. Nodcry, not quite there yet. I would say this one is about level with Fontaine and a tiny bit with Inazuma. Inazuma's probably just barely below it. So, like, you know, solid, like, third place, but not quite there. And the reason for that is, while I think the performance vocally here is great, as someone who was forced to study Latin for a couple of years, some of these pronunciations are diabolical, which is crazy, because with Natlan last year, at least to my knowledge from, like, the research that I did and from, like, some people that I talked to who actually spoke the language, they nailed the Swahili in Natlan's main track, and in the battle themes for that matter. They nailed it. And for this, the pronunciations of some of the Latin is not great. Now, that won't be something that bothers most people. And we have what the lyrics are intended to be. We have official translations for all of them, so it doesn't really matter that much. But it's just a small thing that I'm like, they could have taken a tiny bit more care with it. Obviously, I am putting it in the era-defining tier. There is absolutely no chance that a nation's main theme is not gonna be, like, era-defining. I don't think there's any nation's main theme that I would not put in this category. Like, absolutely not. It's obviously going into era-defining. But it's definitely, like, there's an asterisk here, where, like, I have some issues with this one. There are not many region themes where I have, like, an issue with them. It's always just I just prefer the style of this one over another. That's not because the composition of one is worse, that's just because I enjoy it more. This one has a little bit of an asterisk for me. One thing I'll give the current team over the Yupeng Chen era is how they weaved in the themes with the Archon Quest storytelling and enhanced their emotional meaning. Absolutely. Absolutely, they did that super duper well in... To be fair, they already did that really well with Sumeru. But, like, in Fontaine especially, with, you know, the main Fontaine melody, God, what was it again? Coming back during the Sinner's finale cutscene, like, that was obviously, like, a brilliant choice to bring that track back there. And then for Natlan, I mean, Natlan even more so, we have literally the entire Ode of Resurrection, which effectively goes through a whole, like, 3-act evolution over the course of the Archon quest, right? It starts as this track that everyone sings during the actual Ode of Resurrection ceremony to bring Kachina back. That's the first time you hear it in-game. The second time you hear it in-game is when the tide turns in the fight against the Abyss in Act 4. And everyone is singing it as they're just basically immortal for those brief moments. And everyone's fighting together. That's the second time you hear it. And it's a lot more triumphant. The entire nation's behind it. The first one was quite somber. But here it's a lot more, like, triumphant, tide turning. And then the last one is just a fucking victory lap. Because the last time you hear it is fighting, effectively, an abyssal version of She Who Coddle. That's the last time you hear it. And at that point, it's just fucking all balls to the wall. It is the victory lap. And then you hear it again, and, like, that continues into the final cutscene as well. So, like, narratively, they did that really well. If I'm going to talk about every track like this for 10 minutes, we're going to be here for ages, so I'm going to move on. But I feel like the main theme does... The main theme does deserve it. All right, next. The second track of a new region album, for the record, almost equally as important as the first track, because the second track of the first album of a region is almost always the theme that people will remember that region's capital city or, like, main area by. In this case, it is the bustling port market. Yuxi wanged at this one. This one makes me feel like dancing, absolutely. So, harmonically, this piece is very simple, because this main section it's almost just 2 chords. There's a little variation here at the end, and now we go into a key change. But what I find so interesting about this piece is what comes in the second half, which I'll illustrate on piano as well in a moment. Another key change. It's this melody right here. Da, 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 da. That half step up is what I'm interested in, and I'll explain that in a moment. Now here we get the male vocalists who do that same melody. Da, 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 da. Another key change. We have basically all melodies from the piece over top of each other. Okay, first of all, at minimum, this is going into peak. At minimum. It might go into era defining. We'll see. But the melody that I'm so interested in is most of this piece is just in 1 chord. Hold on. Let me just quickly listen again. Da. Yeah, there it is. All right. So what I'm so interested in is, like I said, this piece is mostly just a singular chord. That note right there is, in my opinion, the most interesting thing about this entire piece, because it's not in the scale that we're in. We're in E flat. We're in E flat major. Yeah, we're in E flat major here, and this whole piece kind of plays around. Like it doesn't change that root chord. And then it does change for the second part, but it stays around that again. Right? But the reason that note is so interesting is because if you listen to more folk songs from the more like northeastern side of Europe, the northern and the northeastern side of Europe, so you have the entirety of Scandinavia, you have like Russia, Poland, Belarus. If you listen to folk songs from those areas, you'll find stuff like that so much more often than we do in Western music, where you're sitting on that 1 chord and you're just playing with it. That third kind of moves up with it too. And it's just, it's such a, like, weird, like, way to build, it's such an interesting way to build tension, and I really, really like it. I think for now, I'm gonna put this one in peak. Do I think it's era-defining? The thing is, era-defining is really hard to say, because that might change over the course of the year, and I want to make this list mostly foolproof. Please, thank you. So I'm putting this in peak for now. I'll only put tracks in era defining if I already know guaranteed that these will stand the test of time. Right, next up, Tordian of Silver Seagulls. That's not Tordian of Silver Seagulls. I have Shuffle on. This is Peja Yu, composer for this one. Oh yeah, I have stuff to say about this one. Oh yeah, I have stuff to say. Take note of the rhythm that you're feeling in this song. Right? Take note of the rhythm. One, two, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. This song is in 3/4. I wouldn't count it as 6/8. I would count this in 3/4 specifically. But the interesting thing is that you don't feel it in constant beats of 3. You don't feel it 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. That's not how I feel it, at least. How I feel it is with that first set of 3 actually being a polyrhythm. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And that rhythm is all over this album. You can hear it in the percussion too. You can hear it especially... Let me skip back a little bit. Yeah, right here. If you listen to those little clicks in the background, they're not going ta da 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 da. They're going da 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 da. Listen closely. One, two, three. Right? And that rhythm, first of all, once again, good cultural inspiration, because that rhythm is, once again, all over the music from the cultures and the regions that Krai is inspired by. So, yeah, great cultural inspiration, rhythmically. But as we go on to the rest of this album, you're gonna hear this everywhere, and I will point it out every single time that we hear it, and you will not be able to unhear it ever. I promise. I'm not gonna put this one in peak. I'm gonna put this one in memorable, because it is still very memorable, but I don't think it's quite as good of like an introduction to the sound of the life in not just Krai, but Nasha Town specifically, as the bustling port market is. So I'm gonna put it in memorable, but it's a very good track. Right, next, Sea Shanty's Resounding. Ah yes, one of the night tracks from Nasha Town, I believe. We hang on that for 2 measures, and then we go into the main melody of the track. Once again, it's hanging on that one chord. We're not changing chords here until the second time the melody repeats, or until like the B section. And then we're hanging on this, and then we have a slight variation. And now... But it's just sitting on this root note. This is the most interesting section, because here we start actually moving up and down. We have a repeat of that, but on a higher key now. This entire device is just to change keys constantly. And now we're back to home base. I'm not gonna lie, I don't actually have too much to say about that one. It is once again one of those tracks where in the opening, it takes a while for the track to, like, really get a lot of, like, harmonic movement going. Harmonic movement being movements in the, like, the chord progression. The harmonic rhythm is basically the rhythm of every time that the underlying chord underneath the music changes, right? And how fast that goes. A lot of these tracks in Nausea Town have a harmonic rhythm that starts out really slow. You're on that one chord, and you're just playing around with it. And then once you've kind of done a repetition of your main melody once, then you play that melody again with a slight variation on, like, a fourth or a fifth of your root chord. And that happens constantly. This one is slightly different because you do have that, you do have a little bit of variations here and there, but it's this melody specifically. That's melody one time. Now it repeats again with a variation. And only then is when we start changing chords. Nod Cry does this a lot, where it introduces a melody completely absent of any harmonic changes, then does a variation on that melody, and then is when we start experimenting harmonically and changing the melody to adapt to it. But you hear that a lot in Nod Cry. Which is why I am also putting this one in the memorable tier, because this is a track I will be... That's the thing about, like, the tracks of the towns and, like, the cities. They're almost always going to end up in this tier because you spend so much time just, even if you're just quickly loading it up to, like, grab your commission rewards, you spend so much time over the course of a year listening to these tracks that, like, they just get burned into your memory. These two are already burned into my memory. Right, next up, Desire's Intent. Oh. I love this one. I'm already gonna spoil where I'm rating this one. This one's going up here, potentially even there. It's another nighttime track, I believe. Yijun Jiang is just killing it on this entire soundtrack. Hey, also, did you listen? Did you hear what happened there again? Listen to this chord here at the end. That's in major. That's not a minor chord. That's a major chord, which does the exact same as one of the main Nod Cry motifs. That major fourth. Where it changes the mode of that last chord to major to give you that extra bit of, like, kind of like a hopeful, cheerful feeling. It is definitely a positive feeling that I would associate with it. It does it again here. And I ask you to pay attention to the rhythm here again in a little bit. Really interesting polyrhythm there. Now we go into a key change. Oh! It's so good. Again, that major fourth. Fantastic string solo, by the way. Nice harp section at the end. So once again, especially here towards the end, if you pay attention to those underlying strings, they're not playing it the whole thing just straight 3/4. They're playing da 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 da. Listen closely again. The ba ba da da ba 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 da ba 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 ba. A little bit further, yeah, it's right here. The percussion isn't quite joining in on that rhythm, but it's still there. This one, I'm putting personally above Bustling Port Market. I like this track more than the Bustling Port Market. I would like to call it era-defining. I don't think that it ultimately will be. I think the Bustling Port Market has a higher chance of being era-defining. But this one is just a personal favorite of mine. I love how this opens just immediately. Opening with, like, guitars, or, like, ukes, or any, like, any string instrument that isn't, like, a violin or a cello, one that you actually strum. Like, opening with any strumming instrument is just an instant way to get me to like a track. Because Genshin doesn't do it very often. They're actually, like, pretty lax with that sort of stuff. They do like to use strumming instruments, but they don't often, like, open a track just with, like, pure guitar. Obviously, there's some more instruments in here. It's not just the guitar, but there's just a guitar doing the backing here. And then everything kind of building for that. They don't do that very often. And I like it. All right, next up, Terms of a Chord. Is this our first Arcangelo Chen track? I think it is. Love the time signature in this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's so weird to count this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 6, then 5. 6, 8, 5, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the reason I'll explain a little. Actually, we can pause and explain it now because we got to get through these. The reason why that's such an interesting, like, why it creates such an interesting feel, like almost the entire song is like out of rhythm, is because the percussion is playing quarter notes, whereas the actual rhythm, in order to count it properly, you need to be counting an eighth note. So you need to be counting twice as fast. If you're counting this like this at the start, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like you're not going to be able to keep up with the rhythm properly. But the percussion is only ever playing those quarter notes, especially in this section of the song. 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you're counting this 2, 3, 4, like, you're gonna immediately get out of sync. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Like, on that second 3, halfway through, you're already needing to go back to the 1. So it just doesn't work. And it gives like that really like interesting push-pull kind of feeling that irregular time signatures in Genshin give a lot. But this one's especially interesting because the percussion is just playing eighth notes, or just playing quarter notes. Once again, we're sitting on that one chord. Harmonically, we're not moving. Like, we're just sitting on ba, and we're not moving. They went into very specific styles for this soundtrack, and you can hear them in almost every single track, and I think that's great. I'm a huge sucker for irregular time signatures, so I'm unfortunately going to have to put this in peak. A lot of people probably would put it in memorable. Maybe if irregular time signatures don't sit very well with your stomach, you might even put it in the tier, which, if you are one of those people, highly recommend listening to more tracks with irregular time signature so you kind of get used to them. The iconic irregular time signature track from Genshin is obviously Gilded Runner, because Yu Peng Chen is a fucking asshole and was like, hey, what if the Fibonacci sequence was my rhythm? Love that track. It is a nightmare to, like, figure out how to count it so that you can, like, properly follow along and play along with it, but once you do, transcendental experience. But, like, the more used you get to tracks that aren't just, like, in 4/4 or 3/4 or 6/8, the more you'll start to like them. It's a rabbit hole, but it's a good one. It's a rabbit hole that gets you to listen to a lot more interesting music. Right. Next up, Homecoming 2 Port. We're almost out of Nasha Town. This is another one of the Night Nasha Town tracks. Beautiful flute, as always. Listen to the harmonic rhythm again. Still on the same chord? Still on the same chord. That's a full repetition of the melody. And it repeats that melody again, but with a variation. And then there's the chord changes finally. It's across dimming asterisms, yes! And there's the chord variation again. Give me a sec, the delay's kind of bad. I figured your delay seems like it's, like, quite far behind. Just refresh the page, you should be there. Little vocal performance. Dude, put any strumming instrument, and you just immediately have me. Another piece that harmonically doesn't move a lot. This soundtrack is... There's a reason that some people might be saying, like, oh, it feels like this soundtrack is, like, a lot more, like... there's a lot more, like, memorable melodies in it than a soundtrack like Natlan's was. And I get that. There are a lot of cool melodies in this, and that's because a large number of tracks on this album, the melody is the entire focus, because there is so little harmonic movement that the focus is entirely on establishing a melody, repeating it, and then varying it a few times. Repetition legitimizes. It's true. It's real. And that means that these melodies get imprinted onto your memory so much quicker, whereas Natlan almost had the opposite. It had a lot of pieces that harmonically moved all over the place, like constant chord switches, but that the melodies were actually a lot simpler, if not, and not even the focus of a piece. And with Not Krai, that's not the case, but that means that if you're just listening for like a melody that you can remember, and that like will still be spooking around in your head, this soundtrack is probably better at that. So I get that. I personally love like constant giant harmonic movements, but it's really interesting to get a soundtrack where like the focus is so much on like getting that one really solid melody and then just playing around with that with very little harmonic variation. That's a difficult composer check to clear, and I do believe they clear it. I'm gonna put Homecoming to port. Personally, I mean, the guitar kind of means that I have to put it in memorable. I don't think it's above either of these two, but I'm still putting it in memorable because I have to. Right. Unfurling Night. Now you have a strong opening. This is also a melody that's gonna come up again, I believe, in a moment. The main melody of this track. The Yang Lia piano. It really is. It really is. Da, 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 da. Can I just hear the melody over top of it? Hey, listen to that bass in the background. The rhythm of it. Bum, 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 bum. There's that 2-3 rhythm again. It is everywhere. You will not be able to unhear it. That Yang Lee does love fucking like ending a phrase with like just a piano roll that like just rolls up, right? Just a piano like that goes all the way up. Oh, you gotta make sure that we're still on that one. Right. I don't have too much to say about this one. Once again, that 2-3 rhythm, it's in the bass here specifically. I'll give you one more opportunity to listen to it. Once everything kicks in. Yeah, it's right here. Bum, 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 bum. There again. Right. This one, you know, as an avid pianist myself, I'm gonna have to put this in peak. I'm gonna put it above terms of a chord, not quite above the bustling port market. Yeah, not quite. All right, the Still Sea Cliff. Believe we're now going into quite a few of the Lempo Isle tracks. Oof. Very interesting chord movement. There's that major fourth again. They love that major fourth in Not Krai. They really do. And this is where like I'm sold. When this kicked in for the first time, I was like, oh shit. There's so much more guitar on the Krai soundtrack than they traditionally go for. There's an electric guitar for this one. A smooth one, but still. And quickly just reestablishing how you introduce the track to round it out. That's a thing that Yi Jun Jiyoung really likes to do, from what I've picked up in listening to their stuff, is that they really like introducing a track a certain way. Like, it's just piano and guitar, and then ending it in a very similar way. Right? Because this is basically just the same, but in a different key. And I've noticed they really like to do that, and that's a way I like to work as well. If I'm ever like writing a piano for something myself, I really like the effectively just making a circle, even if at the end of the circle you're in a different key, as long as like it feels similar. It's a really good composing tactic. I'm gonna put this one in memorable. Honestly, I once we start getting to the memorable tier, these aren't really going to be in a particular order, because I'm not going to be able to judge that. Only the tracks in like peak and era defining will be in order, because I'm not going to be able to keep track of that otherwise. Right, the swinging motion of the hulls. Oh, it's this one. Really interesting percussive elements. Listen to that tension! Listen to that fucking tension in that chord right there. This next chord right here. Ooh! In this case, it's a minor fourth. This melody, we're gonna hear more. Ziyu Che, my beloved. Yeah, this melody's gonna come back. Ziyu Che introduced those watery synthic elements as a percussive element. Yeah, right? That is way more Lunan than Ziyu. Yeah, absolutely. This is absolutely a melody we'll be hearing again. Kind of the Lempo Isle main melody, in my opinion. This is, like, if I think of Lempo Isle, this is the melody I think of. I believe that's played on two fiddles, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not quite sure what that instrument is. I need to brush up my my recognizing orchestra instruments. Beautiful nonetheless. That is one of the like more recurring Krai motifs. It's that hold on, what is it? It's It really plays with that. It's a violin and a viola. Interesting. It really plays with that seventh note. And that the main reason is because the only chords that melody really switches between are it's such a good melody, and we'll be hearing it again. Swinging motion of the hulls. Oh god, this one's difficult. Okay, I'm going to put this in memorable, not in peak, because there is a later use of this melody that I enjoy more than the swinging motion of the hulls. So I'm going to put this in memorable for now. Might change it. I'm not going to put it in peak just yet. I'm gonna start being a bit more restrictive, because I feel like otherwise this tier list is going to be very top heavy. So I need to be a bit more critical. Right. The next track is a track that when I first read this on the soundtrack list, I did that fucking meme, but obviously when when you have paid attention to the world quest, it makes complete sense. Shetau of Tule Tula and Pushpavatika. Specifically Tule Tula is gonna ring a bell, pun intended, to quite a few people. Immediately, like, kind of that Sumeru sound in there, just straight away. Positively, I mean that in a good way. Like, I got an instant, like, small hint of Sumeru Desert at the start there. Which is one of my favorite areas in the whole game. Like, if you told me this was a Sumeru Desert track, I would probably believe you. Oh. It's mostly because it also uses that, like, double harmonic minor scale that, like, Sumeru likes to play around with a lot. Like, the main melody of Sumeru. I'm actually going to turn the piano down a tiny bit on my end, just because it's a little bit loud. I'll turn it back up for you guys, don't worry. Yeah, that's good. I'll turn that up for you guys a bit. The main scale that Sumeru likes to play around with is the double harmonic minor scale, which is... Right? The main melody of Sumeru is literally... and this entire piece, like, that guitar is constantly moving, like... It's specifically that flat second is kind of what defines that sound to me. And this piece plays around with that a lot, and honestly, rightly so, considering the track title. And also where it plays. Right. Personally for me, I wouldn't skip this track if it played. I'm not gonna put it in memorable, mostly because this track plays around with things that we're very familiar with already. It's not really introducing much new. It's a track that made sense, that needed to be put in that place. I believe this plays in the Curatorium of Secrets. Correct me if I'm wrong about that. And it makes sense that it plays there. But it's nothing groundbreaking. It's nothing new. It's definitely a style that we're very familiar with at this point. It makes sense that Lunan made this as well, because the Lunan likes using a few more, like, experimental sounds. Lunan likes straying away from just using the traditional orchestra and kind of getting a little freaky with it. And that makes a lot of sense for a sound like this. But yeah, it's nothing too out of the ordinary. So I'm going to put it in wouldn't skip it if it played. Because I do still really like it. This next one, though. Instant smile on my face. This plays, obviously, in the Tavern. Okay. I'm immediately going to pause this. And that's... Oh, that's literally entirely because... Oh my god. I need to find the exact... Yeah, I found it. Right. Yeah, I have audio. This is Treasure Town from Pokemon Mystery fucking Dungeon. Hello, I'm late. Welcome in, Truncation. So, listen to the melody from A Carefree Cup, right? This melody right here. And then listen to this shit. Da 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 ba ba da da da. You're never gonna be able to unhear that. You're welcome. The very first time that I heard this track, I was immediately like, that's just Treasure Town for Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Positively. I mean that in a good way. I love Treasure Town. This track immediately put a smile on my face. God, do I call this track era-defining? I kind of want to. And then the harmonization of that, dude. Oh! Okay. Every time I put a track in era defining, I'm gonna need to make a solid case for it. Because, like, it takes a lot to be put in there. Not only is this going to be one of the first Krai tracks that you realistically hear, because you do go to the tavern pretty quickly at the start of the story. Like, you arrive in Krai, you run around Nasha Town for a little bit, and you almost immediately, like, before you ever set foot out of Nasha Town, this is the first place you go, and you spend a lot of time in here. Love how the music gets distant when you're in the back rooms. That too. You hear this music a lot throughout the Archon quest, so far at least, throughout the first 4 acts. Like, you're in the tavern quite a bit, and then there's even, like, a couple of, like, world quests that also ask you to go into the tavern, or if you've got Nefer, and you want to, like, gather intel, you go in here. If you want to, like, use your passive to do that. So you spend a lot of time in the tavern, And that means that this track kind of becomes, like, synonymous with the area itself, to me. Or at least it becomes synonymous with the story of Not Krai. Which is why I'm putting in era-defining. Not above the main theme, of course. But this is going to be one of these tracks that people will remember. Not in the same vein as something like Hustle and Bustle of Port Ormos. I keep bringing up that track, but that's just because of how, like Sumeru defining that track is. But not in the same way as that track, but more in a way like the moment that you hear this track again, like you are immediately taken back to that spot. And that's why I'm putting this in era defining. Right, next, notes from Striking the Anvil. Big YouTube short potential? Carefree Cup does. It does, honestly. It's got good YouTube background music potential. Now, I'm not actually sure where this one plays. Is this also one that can play in the Tavern? I have heard it before. I'm just not sure where it plays. Oh, Craft Shop. Plays around Ino's workshop. Gotcha. Oh, from Striking the Anvil, that makes sense. Oh. I love those, like, triplet rises up the da 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 da. But I love that sort of stuff. Very short but sweet, honestly. I don't have much to say about that one. I just like that one. I'm gonna put it and wouldn't skip it if it played. Mostly because that is a track that, honestly, in having 100% at all of Not Krai, I only barely remembered. Not because it's a bad track, but yeah, it's just, it's short, it's nice. I don't hate it. It's good. It's good. Like I said, this tier list is not the top tracks are good and the tracks at the bottom suck. This is the tracks at the top are really good. Like, they're fucking fantastic. And the tracks at the bottom are, you know, they're fine. I don't have anything against them. If there ever comes a track that I genuinely dislike, I'll make a new tier for it. Right, Borrowed Hour. Oh, now this is the track I associate with the outside of the craft shop. Once again, so much guitar on the soundtrack. The whimsy, right? Love this track so much. I love that little pause into, like, a last little flute riff. And then some fingerstyle guitar playing that main melody again. The only reason I'm not putting this in era defining is because it plays in an area that realistically you don't go to very often. This isn't a track that, unless you're like, just like running around Not Krai a lot, or you're doing a lot of like the character anecdotes, which to be fair, that might be a reason to go there. if you're fighting like the Knuckle Duckle, you have to hit the teleport waypoint for the Krumkake craft shop. You're not gonna go here as often, at least during the main story. That's the only reason I'm not putting this in era defying, but this is going at the top of peak currently. And I mean that so seriously. I love the whimsical tracks. Honestly, I've come to appreciate like whimsical music in Genshin a lot more over the years. One of my favorite tracks from the entirety of Natlan, like Natlan has some fantastic music, right? One of my favorite tracks in the entirety of it, where is it? It's one of my favorite tracks in the entirety of Natlan. It's like top 10. It's just Veresa's little garden. It's just whimsy. It's whimsy. It's nice. It's nice. I like it. All right. Anyway, next. At ease near Night's End. Oh, I mean... like, I don't know a lot of these track titles. I only know them by sound. And, like, I mean, yeah, this is a very memorable track. A Yijun Jiang piano. Is this also around the craft shop? Or is this just general Lempo Isle? Or not Lempo Isle, the main island. I forgot what the name of it was. Lempo is the north one. Right? No, that's Pasha. No, Lempo is the main isle. Nighttime craft shop. Yeah, no, that North Island is Paha Isle. I'm stupid. Craft shop nighttime? Yeah. I was gonna say, because I remember this being around the craft shop. Oh. See Eugen back to his usual output because we got a lot of bangers like these. Yeah, right? Obviously, like, with composers like Yijun being more active or like having more tracks, that does obviously come with the mysterious disappearance of Dimeng Yuan, who has been absent from the last 2 albums. Radiance of Flame was the last album that we got any tracks from him on. Obviously, he has easily been on Genshin's music team the longest because he was there from the very start. It's just at the start, Yu Peng Chen was doing most of the game music, and Dimeng was doing a lot of like trailer stuff and like character demo stuff, and eventually got to doing more stuff for the game itself as well, making, honestly, the community doesn't know it, but like some of the community favorites. We haven't seen him in 2 albums, obviously. The same thing happened with Yu Peng Chen. I could understand that if you have dedicated a very long time of your life to a singular project, even though that project goes in many different like cultural directions and you get to experiment with a lot of things, I can understand that eventually you're like, I kind of want to do something that isn't this, especially when you consider that obviously you didn't start composing tracks for the game when the game came out. They've been probably concepting the music of Genshin for like years before the game even came out, right? So like they will have been there. I wouldn't be shocked if it's like, 8, 9, potentially maybe even 10 years. So like I always say, I said the same thing when Yu Peng Chen announced his departure from the Genshin team. If a composer ever decides to leave, we already know by that point that the team is still in great hands. Yu Peng Chen took incredible care of making sure that everyone else on the team was well equipped to lead this ship properly. And D-Meng, I'm sure, did the same thing, because the last two albums that we've gotten, Shimmering Voyage 5 and this album, are both incredible. I do not think the quality has dropped one bit. So, I'm not too worried. And it's cool to hear other composers' takes on, like, how to make something for this game specifically. Anyway, at Ease Near Night's End, I'm gonna put this in the memorable tier. This is definitely one of the more memorable Krumkake Craft Shop, or one of the more memorable, like, overworld tracks. Not as memorable as Borrowed Hour. That one goes straight to peak. But yeah, this one goes in the memorable tier. Right, Fields After Dusk. Oh. Is this still Krumkake Night? Once again, so much guitar on the soundtrack. I don't think we've had this much guitar in a soundtrack album in Genshin since, like, maybe even Mondstadt. Because Mondstadt has quite a bit of it. Obviously, it makes sense. Mondstadt is based on Germany. Krai, you only move a tiny bit up north. Like, Fontaine had a little bit of guitar, but not as much as this soundtrack. Also, is that a hurdy-gurdy? I don't think it is. It might be. The fact that you can hear, like, fingers moving over the strings. You can hear, like, clicks and stuff. It's so nice. Oh. Once again, very short, but very sweet. This one's gotta go in the... God, the memorable tier is gonna have so many tracks in it. Because, like, this is a track that I will remember. Like, this is a very memorable track. The moment I hear the first few notes of it, I immediately, like... I can picture the rest of the track in my head. Oh god, I mean, this next one might have to go into peak, though. It's Fresh Baked Egg Rolls. It's the inside of the Krumkake Craft Shop. I love whimsy. I'm a big Aino and Anefa fan too, so, you know, that does add to it. So you want credited for those tracks, so it might be a sample. Oh, interesting. Oh. I love this part especially. Inefa, I'm hungry. God, it's so short. Oh, it should be longer. It's so short. This one's going into peak. I'm afraid. Actually don't know what it is because I was so curious because it played on Desire's Intent and it sounded so good, right? It's a very interesting instrument. I love this track. I also just, I love Aino, I love Anefa, I love Aino's whimsy. I love that the entire destruction of Krai and potentially Tefat hinges on the brain cells of one small pink child. I think that's fucking hilarious. No, I love this track. It's just very good. I don't know how it ranks up against these other ones, but I feel bad putting it in anything other than peak. Right. Old Tales inscribed in verse. Where does this play? Obviously, this melody from one of the battle themes. Da 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 da. We have this come back in, honestly, what I think is my favorite battle theme of Nod Krai. Straight through the Snowtide motif, yep. It's probably my favorite Nod Krai battle theme, but spoiler alert. I believe this is just a one-instrument track. Yeah, it's very short, but introduces a motif that we'll be hearing again. Still don't know where it does play. It's not even listed on the wiki, so that's odd. Interesting. I've definitely heard it in-game. I definitely have heard it in-game. At least I'm pretty sure I have. Maybe I'm hallucinating that. Anyway, I don't care. It's a very good track. Considering that none of us know where it plays, I'm gonna put it in Wouldn't Skip if it played. But like, I still like it. I still like it. Once again, don't look at this tier list and think that I hate the tracks at the bottom. I don't. I really like this one. I really like that motif, but like, once we get through the battle tracks, I'll talk a little bit more about it, because there we'll hear it in a much more interesting context. Right, Lake Light Turquoise. I believe this plays on Lempo Isle, specifically around the fucking lake. Forgot what the name of the lake was, but the lake with the fucking fish boat in it. Love this chord progression. Da boat. The fact that I can already like hear the main melody over top of it means that this has to go in at minimum memorable. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. The chord progression here, the same as last track. That you can grab that straight through the Snowtide motif. You can just insert that on top of this track and it works. I want to talk about that right there at the end, because the thing that I almost think this melody wants to go into every time I hear it, and that's just because this specific track is burned into my memory. Listen to this again. Da 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 da. The fucking main theme of the ancient sacred mountain. What's the name of it? Land of Primal Flame. Because you have oh, where is it? Yeah. Da 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 da. Just every time I listen to it, I'm like, wait a minute. It's like the exact same structure. Yuxi the composer that you are, right? Fantastic piano, as expected. Ah, a little variation at the end. So what I find interesting about this one is, once again, that that straight through the Snowtide motif, the what is it again? That motif, you can just insert that over this track. Yeah, that's where the oh my god, I keep forgetting what the actual melody is. Da 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 da. Yeah. I can't fucking play. You know? Oh, wait. You just fucking play Land of Primal Flame over that. It's the same chord progression. That's why. That's why I'm like, immediately, it's not just those last few notes. It's not just the... It's not just the last few notes. It's the entire piece. All right, this one's going into the memorable tier as well. Memorable tier, I'm just going to be putting in order. I'm not going to try and rank them at all. All right. Right, this is the alternate version of this track. Someone's got to make a mashup of those tracks. Dude, I might. Yeah, this is the vocal variant of this track. You will never be able to unhear that. You're welcome. You will never be able to unhear that. I haven't been able to unhear it since the moment I heard this track for the first time. There that melody is again. There's the straight through the Snowtide motif. Really nicely harmonized, too. I think, purely because of the addition of the vocals in that track, I think this one goes into peak. At the very back of it, just barely, but the vocals are just so well executed. Look, I'm not just a pianist, I am ultimately a vocal mixer. I work with vocals a lot. I can appreciate a well-executed set of vocals. This track has them. So that unfortunately has to go into... I say unfortunately. No, that deserves to go into peak. Alright. Shimmering water like flickering souls. Believe this is more Lempo Isle stuff. This honestly might be next to the lake as well. That one lake with the tree that looks like a fan. Yes. Eye of Krati. Yes. This one's nice, but I think... I don't have that much to say about it. It's just a really nice piece. I think I'm going to put this in Wouldn't Skip if it played. Do I think it's a memorable track? Kind of, but I don't think this is going to be one of those standouts that like people instantly remember when like they think of like a certain area. It's fine. It's fine. I wouldn't skip it. I liked it. Right, Where the Wandering Ones Rest. The alternative, the alt of this track. Unfortunately, because it is a Genshin soundtrack, there's going to be a lot of instances if you listen to a track and then the next track is just an alt version of it. That happens quite a lot. On this album specifically. Doesn't always happen, but... depends on how they wanted to structure the music system for an area. I will say, I like this one a lot more. The extra few instruments do really add to it. really like how this piano's mixed and how it's positioned at the very end. I really like where that piano sits. I do think I'm also still gonna put this one in Wouldn't Skip if it played, but I definitely like it more than Shimmering Water, like Flickering Souls. It just has a tiny bit more going on. Right, the next set of tracks are interesting. These are the Lullabies of the New Moon. I have personally only heard the first one of this. I don't actually know if the second one does indeed play in the second set of Columbina quests that came out with this update. Because I haven't actually done the first one yet, because the game doesn't remind you to do it, so I just keep forgetting, which sucks. Yeah, I don't know if the second or third one actually play in-game yet, but the first one does. The first one is the main track from Silver Moon Hall. Lullaby of the New Moon 1, Somnius a Luna, which I do believe means that the moon is asleep. Hold on. Let me grab a translate. Somnius a Luna. Dreams of the moon. Dreams of the moon. Not the moon is asleep. Dreams of the moon, specifically. Somnius is dreams. This is the second time, by the way, that a nation's main theme is actually diegetic. What was first? Natlan, Ode of Resurrection. Natlan's main theme is obviously entirely diegetic. Love this so much. What I love even more is how this is set up in-game, is that the vocal track is separated out, so the moment you start talking to Columbina, the vocals get muted. I loved that detail. Go straight back to singing after. Controversial opinion, chat. Potentially. I'm not sure. I'm putting that above Nod Cry. Obviously, same melody. It's the main Nod Cry motif, just in a much calmer context. I do think this track goes into era defining no matter what. Like whether it goes above or below Nod Cry is honestly like that's going to be a personal opinion. But like, you know, this is the track effectively associated with the Archon equivalent of Nod Cry in Columbina, in Kutar, which you're going to hear this track a lot, especially because you're meant to go back here every week. She is the one singing it herself. It is a piece of music that she remembers from still, like, being with the moon. It holds a lot of significance. It gives the main theme of the region significance. That's the thing, right? Like, Natlan's main theme itself was really good, but the thing that made it ascend further was how that theme was then used in the game through the various moments in the Archon quest. This is another one of those examples where, because of this track's existence, it elevates the main theme of the region to a new level. But personally, I just really like the singing in this, and it also doesn't have the primary issue that I have with the main Nod Cry track, which is where the Latin pronunciation isn't perfect. The Latin pronunciation in the main theme of Nod Cry is a little sloppy sometimes. This track doesn't have that, which puts it above Nod Cry for me, but I understand that is a very controversial decision. I might backpedal on it later in the year once we have more of the Archon quest, and once we've gotten to run around more of Nod Cry. For now, though, that's where I'm putting it. Right, the second. I haven't actually listened to these two that much, because, yeah, once again, like, at least I haven't heard these in-game yet. So I've only listened to them, like, once or twice, maybe? So, second one is Lucens ut Rhesus, which, means, hold on, Lucens ut Rhesus. Lucens ut Rhesus. They shine like laughter, is what that means. Interesting. All right. Ooh. Oh. You might as well be getting a blind reaction out of me for these ones. Oh! Oh, the variation on that melody. And it does the harmony of it. Oh, wow. Oh, I like this more than the first one. What the fuck? Guitar playing the main Nod Cry motif still. Oh, man. Oh, I really like that. Fuck. Oh, okay. That makes this a lot more complicated. Because I've not heard it in game, so putting it in era-defining feels, like, wrong. Because I haven't even heard it. I don't know how often it's gonna play. Like, putting it in era-defining feels wrong, but I almost like that more than Lullaby of the New Moon. I'm starting to notice issues with my rating system. Fuck. Right. Shit. How am I gonna do this? I'm gonna put it at the top of peak for now. What we'll do, I will screenshot this tier list, at the end. I'll export it. And then when the next Nod Cry albums come out, we'll do another one of these, and we'll reevaluate. Right? Let's do that. When later in the year we can like reevaluate once I've actually heard these tracks in the game. I'm putting this at the top of peak for now because I really liked that. Hold on, I want to have another listen to that real quick. Also, holy shit, we're like almost 2 hours in and we're not even done with disc 1. Shit. Done with my laundry, shouldn't have as much delay issues now. Hell yeah. Oh, am I gonna have to split this up into 2 streams? I really like this variation on the Nod Cry motif. But taking that introduction of it, the da 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 da, but then you'd expect that to end back on the minor 1, but instead it ends in a really nice, like, unresolved major key. I really like that. Man. Alright. Lullaby of the New Moon 3. Petala Sesiderant. I'm probably bodging that pronunciation. Let me get another translate window up real quick. Give me a moment. That would be... Can I just... No, I can't. Petala... say... See... The petals fell. Huh. Interesting. Alright. Number 3, here we go. I do remember tragically talking about this one. It's very, very somber compared to the previous 2. Almost haunting in a way. Ooh. Really good. I love melodies being recontextualized. Especially if it's a nation's main theme. Ooh. Okay, that's gonna be another tough one to grade. Because, once again, I've not heard that in-game yet, and I don't even think that it plays in-game yet anywhere. I think the second one might, but this one definitely does not. Man. That's a, like... I'm very curious to find out where that plays. I'm very, very curious to find out where that plays. I'm putting it in peak... And I'm going to put it at the back of peak currently, we'll reevaluate once we've heard it in-game. That's what I'm gonna do. Because I do think all 3 of the lullabies are really, really good, because they all help to build up this main theme of the region as an actual diegetic piece of music that comes directly from the Frost Moon. And a melody that specifically means a lot to Columbina, which is kind of the character that this entire story revolves around. So I do think the 3 lullabies all deserve to be towards the top of the list, but I'm going to need to have context for the other 2, because I have context for the first one. I don't have context for the other 2 yet. Right, with that, I do think that we're on to Hisi Island tracks. The distant moon sits alone. Is this Hisi Island? I was gonna say, this is Hisi nighttime, right? I mean, it's kind of always nighttime in Hisi, but... really like this. No, he made Farazan's theme and all that, but I genuinely did not imagine Page had so much sauce in him until his set of tracks for Not Cry. Oh. I really like the percussion in this. This is definitely one of the more somber tracks on the soundtrack. Especially for a place like Hisi Island. There's that major fourth again, though. Love that flute. Good way to end the track. God, I kind of wish that one just kept going. That's genuinely one that like you can get lost in completely. I'm gonna do the thing that I kind of said that I wasn't necessarily going to do. This one is vibes-wise very interesting, harmonically very interesting instrumentation. But there isn't really a melody in that track that my brain can, like, fully latch onto, which is why I don't think I would put it in the memorable tier. But I definitely would not skip it if this came on. Because this is a track I would fall asleep to. And I mean that in, like, the most positive way possible. You know, I do not mean that as a negative thing at all. That is a good thing. I would fall asleep to this. Right, next... Hymn to the Moon. This is the alt of that track, right? I think I've heard this variation way more. There is a melody here that I can latch onto. That vocalist is... Like, it's a very striking sound. Major fourth again. Funnily enough, I've heard this variation around the overall plenty of times, but never the vocalist one. Yeah, that's why I was wondering, is that Hisi Island? Because I've heard this one way more. Good way to add some tension at the very end of a section. Da 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 da. No. I'm gonna still. Am I gonna put this in the memorable tier? No, I'm also gonna put this in wouldn't skip if it played. I'm not gonna put this in memorable because there are more memorable Hisi Island tracks. When I think of Hisi Island, this is not a track that immediately pops into my mind. Yeah, I'll keep it there. All right, next, The Bright Frontier Land. I believe we once again have two variations of this track. So let's just listen to them back to back. Can't Escape Primal Flame. My mind is still in Natlan. I still haven't accepted that Natlan has ended. My mind is still in Easy Breeze. Am I including Kathisma on the list? You know what? We'll pull it up. We'll pull it up. We'll pull up the Nod Cry like teaser tracks. At the very end. That's a good shout. Because that is just a Nod Cry track that they just released early. I was so happy when I heard Kathisma play on Hisi Isle on the first day. Ooh, tension in that chord, man. Key change. Major fourth again. They really like ending a cadence on that major fourth in the soundtrack. Right, we're gonna immediately listen to Ancient Airs of Grace because I believe that is the alt. Yep. So we'll grade these at the same time. This is the vocal variant, I'm assuming? Yes. I don't know why so many tracks on this album have, like, specific vocal variants. Lin Yafeng, we will be watching your career with interest, right? Honestly, like, it might be weird to say with, like, you know, Dimeng Wen's potential departure, but, like, is it weird to say that I'm excited for, like, composers to eventually, like, you know, feel like they're done making stuff for Genshin and going on to do their own stuff? Because I just want to see what these composers do elsewhere. You know? It's not that I want them to leave the Genshin team, it's just I'm excited that when they do, we'll get to follow them around other places. And see the stuff that they make. Because, like, Yupeng Chen's first solo album was, like, fucking incredible. Though a lot of it did just feel like, what if Yupeng Chen was a part of the Fontaine music team? And once again, I mean that positively. Just some of that was like, damn, so this is what Fontaine would have sounded like if Yu Peng was still on the Genshin team. Right. Both of these, I think, again, going to wouldn't skip if it played. Because I don't think these are the two most memorable tracks from Hisi Island. But they're still very good. Not really weird when you put it like that, as you're saying Yu Peng Chen has been doing a lot of interesting stuff. Yeah, exactly. It's not that I want these composers to leave the team, it's just like, you know, there's so many people have had their hands in Genshin's music at this point that it introduces us to, like, a lot of different styles of composing, and those styles do ultimately have to still fit within a constraint. Now, Genshin's constraint is pretty lenient. Like, it needs to fit within a cultural constraint, but there are still so many approaches to, like, how to handle the sound of a certain culture, which Genshin almost always nails. Like, you can say a lot about cultural inspiration in Genshin on various different levels, whether that's, like, character design, environment design, world building, like, lore inspiration, that sort of stuff. But if, and there's, like, hits and misses across the board for basically all of those teams. The music team almost always nails that inspiration, like, just on the dot, but definitely, like, you know, goes their own way with it, but not in a way that feels, like, disrespectful of the things that they're taking inspiration from. So, like, you do have to fit within those confines. Genshin constraint of must lead to Land of Primal Flame. This is so real. You need to make at least one track that we can mash up with Land of Primal Flame. But, like, that's the constraint that you need to work in. So, like, effectively your constraint is you're forced to use a specific kind of thing for your inspiration. But where you take that kind of feels like it's very open, because they take these tracks into such wildly different directions. Which is why it's so interesting to see what they do once they leave the Genshin music team, because then they get to, I guess, better pick their own inspirations. They don't have to pick the current inspiration that fits the, like, area or quest that they're trying to make music for, right? All right, I believe we have another double track, which is Right Beneath the Radiance and The Path That the Moon Reveals. I'm pretty sure this is another double track because they're both the same in length, and they're both composed by Yijun Jiang. This is definitely a more memorable one in my mind when I think of Hisi Isle. Major fourth incoming. Yep, there it is again. Fantastic piano. Second variation only plays if you have llama on your team? Really? Oh, I've probably heard it then. Have they ever done that before? Or is Not Krai the first time they've done that? So that's kind of cool. Sucks for non-llama havers? Yeah, right? Unfortunately, llama enables Hyperbloom to be meta. Ah! Yes. I've definitely heard this variation. This is the variation I've heard more, I think. Was in one of the early teasers? Yeah, I think it was, yeah. Harmony in this is so beautiful. Piano in the back, the da-da-dun, da-da-dun, da-da-dun. This is definitely one of the more memorable PC Island tracks for sure. Okay. Obviously, I am a llama haver, so I have heard that second one a lot more in-game, and I definitely like that one a lot more. I'm going to put Right Beneath the Radiance, which is the first one, and wouldn't skip if it played, but The Path That the Moon Reveals goes in memorable for me. Yeah, I think that feels right. Yeah, it feels right. Right, I do believe this is a standalone track. It's very short, led by Lucent Guidance. It's only a minute. Oh, it's this one. really is sitting on that one chord, huh? Right. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I don't think that one is gonna be I guess I wouldn't skip it, but also like eh. 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 Yeah. That one's just it's fine. Eh. I don't really have any thoughts about that. That one's just fine, I think. Right, I do believe the next one is another double track. Waiting in Hazy Light and Dzwoni na Nichpori, which I believe is Polish, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have a look at what that means actually. Where's my translate? Me when I can't spell translate. Holy shit. What was it? Dzwoni na Nichpori. Bells for Vespers. Interesting. I don't know what that means. Loved all the Polish people in the comments of that track freaking out over the title. Good for them, honestly. Hell yeah. All right. Well, let's do both of them. Now this is the Hisi Island track, in my opinion. Yeah, then the variation is you have the flute instead of this. I think, like, this set of tracks, together with, like, Kathisma, is, like, that's the Hisi Island sound to me. I definitely think the variation of this track is going to be one that, at least, it's one that I'm way more familiar with. And it's the one that I'm going to put in the memorable tier at minimum. I think this one goes in the wouldn't skip it tier. I'm going to scale down my, because we're gonna need more space in a moment. Yeah, this variation is like a quintessential Hisi Island track to me. Oh, that bass underneath it. It's really nice. feels like a really, like, wide and filled out mix to me. Yeah, this one goes into the memorable tier. For sure. I don't have much else to say about both of those, though. Those are definitely like the... That is the sound that I think of when I think of Hisi Island. It's that set. Maybe there's more. Probably like this next track is gonna kick in, and I'm immediately gonna go like, oh yeah. The Redoubt Amidst the Frigid Wind. Hey J.U. Eugen's tracks were mixed by himself? Oh, cool. Oh. Peak, 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 peak. I love this track so much. Immediate peak. This vocal melody was stuck in my head for weeks, dude. Weeks. Right, so we're on Paha Isle. Oh. Reharmonization. It's such a powerful vocal melody, dude. Like, the moment that kicked in for the first time, like, just... The performance of that especially is so cool because the way that they like bend up towards notes and down, it's the hold on, let me grab the piano again. We need the piano for this one. It's like that's what you think it should be, right? Well, what she actually does is she does this. If you listen closely, she actually takes the major third of the chord. She takes the major third of D instead of the minor third. If you listen closely. She goes, which is such a like an interesting way to sing that line because you're effectively for like just a split second you're converting something that's in D minor. You're very quickly going very quickly changing it to major and then immediately changing it back. And then on the second repeat, it's once again there you have that major third in there, but then immediately it backpedals. Oh, I could reharmonize that melody for fucking ages, dude. It's so good. It's so fucking good. I love this track. This is like, I almost want to put it in era defining, man. I almost do, because like, I mean, this is the first time we have a full-fledged Fatui base that we're just infiltrating, right? You know, the Fatui have been a force in present in every single nation that we've been in so far. Sometimes they've been the cause of the main conflict. Sometimes they've been a little bit middle ground, like not necessarily helping too much, but also not necessarily hurting our cause. Obviously, the peak of that being like Capitano, which, yes, definitely was against Mawika at some point, but he was a reasonable human being who could negotiate he had reasonable concerns, and he just wanted to negotiate those. He just started a little recklessly. There's obviously Arlecchino, who a lot of people are like, oh, but like she had the best interests of Fontaine at heart. I'm a little more like, oh no, she was kind of a piece of shit though. But like, I guess she did do some things to help. And then there's obviously regions where like the Fatui are the cause of the main conflict, like in Inazuma and in Sumeru. But like the fact that, you know, we're basically in Shineznai, like Nodcry is a part of Shineznai, and we're infiltrating a Fatui base. Like that's a crazy thing to do. And the fact that, like, this track is, like, the signature sound of that, in my opinion. Like, that vocal melody kicks in, like, you set foot on Paha Isle for the first time, you infiltrate that base, you're walking around, like, the outside rings of the base, where you could basically just jump off, you can look straight below you, but, like, you're walking outside, and that kicks in. That's era-defining to me. I'm gonna say it. That track is era-defining to me. This will probably forever be the track that I associate with the Kuvaki Experimental Research Facility. It'll probably be this track. Right, Raised on Fallen Meteorites. I believe this was on the Nodcry website, the web event. I believe that was this track, if I'm not mistaken. The Gaze of the Gods. Yes, it was this track. Released at the same time, right? That trailer. Man, what a crazy trailer to what a crazy trailer to watch as it came out. The event was a few days after, but it wasn't too much time. Yeah. I definitely think this goes into peak. I don't think it's quite as era-defining, even if you consider the place that this was first used in. Because, like, this was ultimately one of the first Nodcry tracks that we ever heard. Apart from, obviously, Kathisma, but, you know, that at that point, we didn't even really know if, like, that had anything to do with Nodcry. That web event was even more out of nowhere. I remember I was awake when they tweeted about like the Rise of the New Moon or like Song of Welkin Moon web event, and I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Huh? Hello? Because I believe that was before even paralogism, right? That was before 5.6 had even started. Was that was, yeah, no, I remember this was before 5.5. This was before we got the ancient sacred mountain. God, we got that so long ago. I still remember scrambling to get it uploaded ASAP, right? That was a hell of a time to be there. And then the fact that like that web event didn't do anything for like 2 weeks. And then suddenly we got all the info about Krai, about like the factions that we'd be facing, or we'd be allying with. The launcher leaked the end too. Oh, it did? I didn't even know that. But man, and then obviously, you know, a couple weeks later, we get the fucking Shades trailer, which, man, I wasn't awake when it was posted, but I woke up in a cold sweat like an hour after that was posted. It showed the False Sky Moon image. Oh, gotcha. I woke up like within an hour of that being posted. I was not feeling great. I was intending on going back to sleep, but like I grabbed my phone to like just see what time it was, and I saw the notification that Hoyoverse uploaded a interlude or Tevat interlude chapter teaser, The God's Limits. And I remember the last time we got something that was called Tevat interlude chapter teaser, or something along those lines, was when we got the Harbingers trailer. And I was like, immediately, I was wide awake. Just like straight away, instantly, I was awake, and I put my earbuds in because I didn't want to wake my partner up, and I press play on that trailer, and I did not go back to sleep for the rest of that day. It was, I believe, 5 a.m. I did not fall asleep again. I was just watching that trailer on repeat, talking about it with other people. I was going like absolutely insane. It truly you had to be there moment in the Genshin fandom. And obviously that's where we heard this track for the first time. You could say that it's era defining by that standard, but I'm not going to. I am, however, still going to put it in peak. I don't think it's as defining as Redoubt Amidst the Frigid Wind. I think this is like the Paha Isle track in my opinion. But this one, still very good. All right, Keen as Winter Hail. Oh, this is the alternative of Raised on Fallen Meteorites. I didn't know this had an alt. Have I heard this? The alt of the alt, yeah. I think I like Raised on Fallen Meteorites more than this version. This one's still very nice. I mean, it's very much Fatui base. Like, they got the vibes of it perfect. Yeah, they got the vibes of that down super well. I'm gonna put that in memorable. Yeah, that's still a memorable track. Just because it's an alt of a more memorable track. I'll put that in there. All right, last track of disc 1. Holy shit, we're only at the last track of disc 1. Disc 2 is longer. How far are we in? 2.5 hours? Can maybe finish this in like 5.5 hours if we're lucky. Yeah, just about. It'll be fine. All right, last track of disc 1, The Forbidden Ground, which is another alt. Lunan wrote 1 track. Bro wrote 1 track for Paha Island. Was like, yeah, that's good enough. That mixing is something only someone like Lunan would do. The way that the rest of the instruments, like, fade in. Oh, I remember this one. Oh my god, yes, dude. I think this one goes into peak. Very interesting, like, industrial kind of percussion. Very much a Lunan thing as well. That synth. Oh. Yeah, this was a lot more industrial. Fucking foghorn at the end. Hello. I'm gonna put that above Raised on Fallen Meteorites, actually. Yeah, that feels right. That feels right. All right. Whimpering Morning Frost. I first thought that this said Whispering Morning Frost, and then I read again, and it was Whimpering. We're getting closer to what I think is my favorite track on the Nodcry soundtrack. I'm not sure about it yet. Maybe after today's full listen through, I'll have a different opinion. But we're getting closer to it. I can see it. I can see it on my queue at the moment. Right, Whimpering Morning Frost. Ah, of course. Reharmonization of the Nodcry main theme. Is this Hisi or Lempo? This is Lempo, right? Lempo nighttime? Yeah. Or like early morning? Oh, short but sweet. Really short but sweet. I'm gonna put that in memorable. That's a very memorable track. I mean, mostly because it uses a melody that you're at this point very familiar with. Daytime, surprisingly, wow. It uses a melody that by this point you're going to be very familiar with, so like it makes sense that it's memorable, but still, I'm putting it in memorable. Dawn Breeze of Lempoinen. Lempoinen? It's only 40 seconds. This one's very short. Oh, it's this one. Play the Nodcry motif. That's a very short track. Is that a hurdy-gurdy? What instrument is that? The instrument that's doing the backing. That feels like a hurdy-gurdy. Cause you got that like singular like low hum bass note that's always being produced, and then a melody being played over top of that. Huh. I wouldn't skip it. It's fine. I wouldn't skip it if it played. Yeah, I'll put it there. That seems fine for now. All right, sales set with eagerness. Yujinjiang. Oh, it's this one. Yes. There's one credited, so it might be. Okay, so that is a hurdy-gurdy. Yeah. That instrument is all over the soundtrack. It's in this one again. It also produces those really interesting clicking sounds. Honestly, oh no, don't go into the next one yet. Honestly, I think we might have our second I don't hate it. It's just It's kind of whatever. It's a fine track. It's a good track for the area specifically. It sets the tone of Nod Krai. Like it fits with the rest of the album. It's just kind of That's all I really have to say. Right, foresighting from the frigid shore. Xin Chao. Not a name we've heard too much today. Oh, fantastic vocals as always. They really like the hurdy-gurdy, huh? Very nice guitar in the back. Sitting around that one chord again. And now we have some variation. Into a major fourth. That's a very nice track. I think I wouldn't skip that if it played. Oh god, wouldn't skip if it played is now officially taller. I'm gonna need to zoom out the tier list again in a little bit, goddamn, because both of these are gonna get taller. Right, Hopak of Cave and Wave. We actually have a lyricist on this track as well. Oh, it's this one, yeah. Major fourth has really been thrown around a lot in this album. It was established in the main theme, and they've just been running with it, and I think that's awesome. I really like this one. Yeah, I think that one goes into peak pretty obviously. I'll put it like, I don't know. Do I put it above Fresh Baked Egg Rolls? Yeah, I do. Yeah, that one goes into peak. I think it makes a lot of sense that it does. How much do we have? Oh my god. We have so much left. All right. This next track, not gonna comment much on. I'm just gonna move it to where I think it belongs. This is Whirling Out and Over. There we go. That's where it belongs. This is my favorite track on the album. This is my favorite track on the album. It is. ZU Che does not miss. I have shed tears listening to this, and I'm not even kidding. I just feel like I haven't taken my piano off the screen. There's that melody again. The electric guitar in the back again. Man. Big Natlan vibes. Why do you think it's my favorite? That feels like a track that could have been a part of, like, either the summer resort or the area around the Flower Feather clan. If it wasn't for the fact that it uses, like, what I consider the main Lempo Isle motif. I love that track so much. Do I think it'll actually be era-defining? No. I think quite a few people will remember this one, though. I think out of any track that melody appears in, the da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, I think this is either the most or the second most memorable out of all of those. And that is going to be one of the more recognizable Nod Cry melodies. Collective of Plenty for you. Interesting. I can see it. Yeah. I could see it on a talk pan. But yeah, just the way that this... Oh god, I got hiccups. The way this track kicks off. Just immediately. The moment I heard this for the first time, you can... I heard it for the first time on stream, because it was while I was playing the Archon quest, I believe. Or, like, while I was exploring Nod Cry. Structure doesn't remind me of the track she made for Verace's Orchard. Yeah, it does. But just like the way that the electric guitar immediately kicks in, it's one of my favorite sounds. It's the sound of like a like smooth, more mellow electric guitar. Just instantly makes me fall in love. Just immediately. Ziyuche does not disappoint. And then you get the acoustic guitar over top of it. All instruments kind of establish themselves on their own. You have the electric guitar here, you have the acoustic guitar and the flute. Then you have some percussion establishing itself. And then those all take a backseat to make way for the main melody to establish itself. Vocals very much still taking a backseat, but making their presence known. And then everything together. Man. I'm glad to know that even though Natlan is over, we can still get tracks like this as well. 'Cause, man, I love them. I'm sitting here almost tearing up again just listening to it. We gotta move on. I could listen to this track for quite a long while. Right, Rising When Night Falls. Oh, I mean, of course. This is a classic. Very short. But playing a familiar melody. Yeah, I mean, it's very short, but it's nice. I'll put it in memorable. Now listening still visible? Yes, it is. Okay. Maiskaya noch. I mean, the moment we drag something else into peak, we're gonna run into problems, but that's a future me issue as well, or a future me issue, I guess. If we zoom out one more, how much can we fit on the screen? A lot more. Okay, I probably won't zoom out more than this, because it's going to be hard to read at this point. But at least all tracks are now visible. Yeah, we'll leave it like this. You can see where I drag it, and I'll post this on Twitter once we're done. All right, Maiskaya noch. Oh, it's this track. Oh, it's this track. Piano. Oh. This track also brought me to tears the first time I heard it. I didn't know that this was what it was called. It's this chord right here. Minor fourth, baby. Every time. They love it. The Genji composers love it. It was all over Fontaine. Oh. This next chord that gets me every time. The flat six, minor fourth. The nostalgia note. This one goes pretty high in peak for me. It definitely does. I'll put it like right there. It's just the melody, man. It's the chord progression. It's minor one or major first, major second. Fourth, and then it's so good. Fuck. Oh, man. Taking a little pause to grab something to eat, be right back? Hell yeah. Eating is good. You should do it. Right, anyway, next. Where the Cricket Sings. Oh, this is a very memorable track. Also, to quickly get back to your comment truncation, part reminds me of the login music. You know what, we can quickly get back to it. The reason that it reminds you of the login music is because of the first two chords. Genshin's main theme is... right? And the chords of that is just major one, major second, back to major first, major second, right? And then obviously you have the right? And that theme right there starts with if we play it in like if we play it in the same key, right? it's that same major one, major two cadence. That's probably why it subconsciously reminds you of that. Anyway, sorry. Where the Cricket Sings. Let's start that from the top. Because I got distracted. Ooh. I really like that rhythm in there. It's not played straight. It's played a little swung. This is also just a Lempo Isle track, right? Yeah, it is. Sleep after the toil, right? A little bit. It's definitely got a little bit of those vibes. I wouldn't skip this one if it played. I like it enough. I wouldn't skip it. All right. Gladsome Ramble. I believe the next two might be a double track. Oh my god, I love this one. I love this one so much. Beautiful piano piece by Yang Li, as always. Like, literally, as always. Has not failed a piano track. Especially love this section. Key change. Most Genshin tracks would end there. Yeah, right? This would have just been like a piano-only track. And like this would have been the variation, but it's just one track. Minor fourth moment. There it is. Here it comes again. Oh! That one's especially fucking ball-crushing, dude. The minor fourth chord has the biggest potential to just completely crush you emotionally. And that one is especially like, oh. Like, I pull an emotional stanky face when I hear that. That one goes into peak. Probably... I mean, pretty high. Not above... Maiskaya no, but I'll put it like under the bustling port market. Yeah. Yeah, that feels right. That feels right. Yeah. Right. Sorrow's calmed. Oh, is this Nothing Passage? Is that what this is? This one feels very Onkonomiya-esque to me. Like Onkonomiya with like a little bit of chasm. I really like this one. So somber. Seirai Island, I think others say. Oh, I see what you mean. Totally see what you mean. Yeah. Lunan always does these, like, atmospheric, somber tracks so well. Like, this one really pulls you in. Not often that we have a fade out like that in a Genshin track. That doesn't happen very often. That goes into peak for me. It does. It does. Nah, does it? No, it goes like very high memorable. Yeah, I'm gonna put that at the top of memorable at the moment. Dreams of Joy Departed. Sinjao. Oh, I remember this one. This is also Nothing Passage, right? Or like the area around it. Another, like, great, somber, atmospheric track. Yeah, that's a really pretty one. Oh, no, don't go to the next one yet. No. I'm gonna put that... I wouldn't skip it. I think it's a bit less memorable than Sorrow's Calmed. But I definitely would not skip it. So I'll put it right there. That seems right. From Beyond, next. Oh. All the tracks from, like, the north area of Lempo, like, everything around Nothing Passage is just so, like... I still feel Ankonomiya with this. Like, Ankonomiya, Seirai Island I can definitely understand. Obviously, there's definitely some Krai instrumental influences in here. Like, the instrumentation is closer to Krai, but composition-wise... Oh, so pretty. Yeah, there's the vocals. That's a very memorable track. God, yeah, all the tracks from Around Nothing Passage are so good. I don't think this next one is from Around Nothing Passage, because it's called Loafing on the Grass. Yeah, this is just Lempo Isle again. God, it's so pretty. This feels like another, like, I guess not like signature Nod Krai track, but like, if you play this to me, I could immediately pinpoint to you like where I've heard it. Which like makes it immediately like bumps it into memorable tier. Yeah, I'd say memorable tier for that one as well. I'm not shocked that memorable is the one that's going to be turning out the longest. I'm absolutely not shocked by that. All right, Vestige of Hurtling Foam. That's the alt of this. Gotcha. Yeah, the piano alt. I always wonder which one of these is made first. The Genshin special? Mm-hmm. I think this also just goes into the memorable tier. Yeah. Yeah. I think both of those are kind of equal. I don't think either one of the variations is, like, significantly better. I think both of those are kind of equal. Cozy Home Underground. I've not had much to say about these tracks. I'm so sorry. They're just really nice to listen to. It's also, like, I was expecting to be further into the album 3 hours in. We're, like, a little over halfway. How many tracks do you have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 36, 7, 8, 9, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44. We have 44 tracks left. This is a 90... Yeah, we're just past halfway. Oops. We're gonna keep going. Cozy Home Underground. Note to self, maybe in the future either start earlier or split these into 2 streams. This is very dreamlike, yeah. No. This isn't going into A tier. I wouldn't skip this one if it played. It's definitely not one that I'm, like, going out of my way to listen to, but I like it. I wouldn't skip it. Tells of the frost lamp in one's heart. Oh. Oh, wait. Hold on. We skipped half-finished heaven. Oh, oops. Because it already had moved on. Half-finished heaven. Sorry. This one's definitely going into memorable, I think. Yeah, this is a very memorable track. Yeah, this one's 100% going into memorable. Sick. Yeah, I don't have much to say about that one either. Man, I wish I had more to say. I mean, for this next one, I'll definitely have some stuff to say about it. Tells of the frost lamp in one's heart. We're back on Hisi Isle, baby. I think this one's gonna go into peak. If I have to guess. I love the fucking Frost Moon Scions tracks, dude. They feel exactly what I was expecting from them. Like, they sound exactly like what I was expecting tracks for a group of people who worship the Frost Moon. This sounds exactly like what I would expect that to sound like. Which is crazy, because I didn't know there were people who worshipped the Frost Moon until this year. Yeah, this is definitely a more signature sound for Hisi Isle. I think this is gonna go like pretty high in peak, like mid high, like right there. Yeah, sure, because that definitely is one of the like that's a track that to me screams not Krai. That'll be one of the first tracks I think of probably. Now I don't remember what the next one is. Dream of Birch and Pellucid Water. Oh. Yeah, I mean, this is also a very memorable track. We have another melody in this track that appears in the battle theme later. I love this melody a lot. I don't remember the name of the battle theme that this is in. It might be To Light the Aeon Dark? I think it is To Light the Aeon Dark. Oh, I really like that track. That's always, whenever that one comes up, when I heard that for the first time, I was like, wait, I've heard that melody before. And for a while, I couldn't actually remember what it was from. And then, like, right after hearing that track, I got into battle and it played what I think it's To Light the Aeon Dark. And immediately was like, oh! That's where that's from. This one goes into, like, high memorable because of that alone. Sariola's Threnody. Yeah, all of the, like, really good Hisi Island tracks are on the second disc. I love this flute a lot. Where would I place that though? I think this is it's definitely still one of the better Frostmoon Scions tracks, I think. But I don't think I would put this in memorable tier. No, I don't think I would. I think I just I wouldn't skip it. I wouldn't skip it. Now this next one though. A Lie of Isla? Is this the track I think it is? This is the one that plays in the Sanctuary, right? Yes. It is. World Quest, yeah. I really liked this track. Isla obviously being the former leader of the Frost Moon Scions. Lunan can make some fantastic piano pieces, too. This is probably my favorite part of it. Yeah, I think this is gonna be a peak one. Can't put it in era defining, but it's high. It's high. It's definitely high. Yeah, I think that one goes like, oh, does it go above My Sky North? No, just right below it. Just below it, but only just. Yeah. Yeah. That's a fantastic track. We can just barely still fit everything on. Okay, I think we'll be fine. Cause we don't have too many tracks. We have about 2 rows of tracks left. They're gonna be distributed about like equally over all of these. So I think we're fine. I think we're fine on space. Vessel for Prayer. Where does this one play? Oh god. Is this Haha Isle again? Or is this another World Quest track? Does this play up top on the pillar? I don't remember. Sphere Shield Isle. Oh, I know the island you're talking of. Maybe. I always forget that that is also still considered Hisi Island. Huh. It's barely not, it's barely not an but it's, yeah, I wouldn't skip it. It's fine. It's not an Alright, a Green Hill remade. What is this, Sonic Generations? Or any Sonic game in the last 15 years, for that matter. Oh, I love this track. I love the chord progression in this so much. Da 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 da. That last chord is especially what I love about this one. Yeah, I like this one a lot. Yeah, I really like this one. Doesn't a little bit of percussion kick in a little bit as well? I haven't heard this one too much, but every time I have heard it, I've loved it. Yeah! It's the hurdy-gurdy that kicks in. Ah. Man, I love that track. That's a peak one for me. That's like somewhere in like the middle of peak. Like, I don't know, like it's definitely better than Tells of the Frost Lamp in One's Heart. Yeah, let's put it like right there. Right there feels good. Omens Brought on the Wind. Are we gonna go back to Paha Isle? No! Oh, it's this one! Is this Lempo Isle again, or is this Paha Isle? Really jumping between islands? Yeah, right? We back, welcome back! Tragic's back, BRB. What, are you two taking shifts on me now? Mr. Green Hill Remade? Dude, I just put it pretty high up there. Hold on. We'll run it back. Run it back. Love this track. Da 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 da. I'm trying to figure it out. Yeah, it's this part that gets me every time. Right. I hadn't rated Omens Brought on the Wind yet. Right. This is a memorable track. We had finished listening to it, but that's a memorable track. Yeah, I would rate that memorable. Thank you for running it back. No worries. Darkness surges beneath the stone. Ooh. Back on Paha Isle, I think? They really love their hurdy-gurdies, man. Yeah, they really like their hurdy-gurdies. I wouldn't skip that one. I like it. It's good enough. Definitely not one I would go out of my way to listen to, though. Rosie Marshland. Now this! Yes! Yes, dude. This is like signature Nod Cry sound to me. I really like the percussion in this. Yeah. I think this one's gonna go into peak. Oh. Really like that chord. It's another major fourth right there. That is an earworm of a melody. That really is an earworm of a melody. Yeah, definitely. I think... Oh, God. I'm gonna put that, like, low peak. It's definitely a bit more than memorable. I definitely think that is, like... It really just embodies the sound of the entire nation so well. I don't think I can put it anywhere else. It's not era-defining, but it doesn't need to be. That track is just all around really good. Wandering Through the Starry Night. Oh, where does this play? Oh, is this the around the cemetery? Is that where this is? Around the Lightkeeper lighthouse? Oh, that major key resolution, though. Baja Isle Nighttime Cemetery, one is a few tracks away. Gotcha. T acquired. Fuck yeah, welcome back. This one's fine. This one's fine. I wouldn't skip it. It's fine. God, there's so much up at the top, dude. It's starting to become like hard to beat. Like I'm starting to put tracks in memorable that like that maybe should be in peak. God, this soundtrack's too fucking good, man. Right, Warm Remembrance. Oh. You know what I say about opening a track with electric guitars, man? So it's interesting. Even for Arcangelo. Rarity it is to hear Arcangelo pull out a guitar. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? This is fucking Mondstadt, dude. A string run like the instantly I'm in fucking Windrise. Just immediately. Yeah. Just like I close my eyes, I am standing in front of the fucking Windrise tree. That's such a Mondstadt sound. Hold on, let me go back to that. Like this. That's not just me who thinks that, right? That's not just me. Because I hear that and I think back to 5 years ago immediately. Just off the bat. That's a very memorable track for that reason alone. All right, the Solitary Silhouette. Absolutely reminds me of that Mont track, yeah. Ooh, another Lunan track. Yep, that's a Lunan track. Immediate fucking shakers. He loves his sound design. Actually, Lunan. Is Lunan he, she, they? I don't actually know. Right, Paha Isle. Yeah, Lunan loves doing some fun sound design things in all of their tracks. Nod Cry Fog of the Seasons, whoa, right? Very interesting vocal performance. Oh, I like that. That's haunting. Oh, that's so short. I want more of that. That's a very haunting vocal performance. Oh, that's really memorable. I'm putting that like high on memorable. Lunan is he? Yeah, this might have been that one track he posted himself recording on in London, since it's his only track featuring a. Sorry, I'm gonna butcher this pronunciation. Nickel Harpa. Nickel Harpa. I'm assuming that that's roughly right. Grief Spreading Like Haze. I'm assuming this is the Graveyard track. I think it is. Cemetery and Holy. Mm-hmm. Man. Yeah, this is more what I'm used to from Arcangelo. There's like a hint of Fontaine in this as well. And I mean that as a good thing. That's a really nice track. That's like, I mean, for a graveyard? For a cemetery? I mean, yeah, that's gonna be very high on memorable. Because that's, if you're going through a rough time and you're sitting in that cemetery and that comes on, I would shed a tear probably. Or I would start feeling shit at the very least. C Nod Hollow. It's a short one. Really like how the piano is constantly speeding up, slowing down, basically on like in a circle or like a sine wave. Unfortunately, it is already over. I feel like if a track is under a minute, I can't really put it into the memorable tier just because like it's too short for me to get, like, super attached to it. But it's still a good track. I wouldn't skip it. Secrets cast in a deep cave. Wait, hold on. What track did I just move? Oh, I just moved Secrets cast in a... Oh, oops. C Nod Hollow is supposed to go there. There we go. Secrets cast in a deep cave. Where does this play? Is this just on... Is this in a specific cave somewhere? Is this like a World Quest area track? Part of me wants to say not Krai Underground overall, apparently. Gotcha. I was gonna say, my brain wants to say Lempo Isle, but that's probably because Lempo Isle has the most caves. Subtle reuse of the 4th battle theme motif. Holy shit, you're right! You're right, yeah, that is! Oh, I hadn't even picked up on that. Yeah, I hadn't even picked up on that. This is also a wouldn't skip it, I think. I don't think I would put that into the memorable tier yet. Kunsilita of 1,000 Lakes, or just of 1,000 Lakes. Oh, shit! Right, hit it! Oh, this immediately takes me back to the Natlan Saurian challenges, dude. Oh, I love this one. Like, this could have been used in, like, a Natlan Saurian challenge, and it would have been completely fine. Yeah! Fucking halftime it. Unfortunately, it's too short. It's too short. I wish it was longer. It's like, come on, man. That goes in peak, 100%. You know what? No. Right there. If you're starting to see a trend that any track that reminds me of Natlan ends up high, you're correct. I'm that bitch who has nostalgia for Natlan already. Right, the Perilous Fog. That's how you know you're in a Fatui base. Or, like, near it. Tonal Whiplash goes crazy, right? I think, are we... last track at Isteroth ticking? Wait, did it? Hold on. Oh, you're right. Dude, the fucking Total Whiplash. I believe aren't the last few tracks on the album gonna be like not cutscene tracks, but like tracks that play like while having conversations with people during Archon quests, quest related, yeah. Just encounter tracks. I don't think this is one of them. I know the cutscene tracks are at the end of Disc 3, which I don't really like. I always liked ending Disc 3 with the battle themes. I think the cutscene track should be on Disc 2, personally. I like how Dear Sua involves this track into the Wild Hunt battle theme and then that onto the Ray Rear boss theme. Yeah, this just plays when you're around Wild Hunt before engaging in battle, right? Or this plays during Act 2, right? When you're walking through the Wild Hunt area without being or without wanting to be spotted. Yep, yeah, okay. Yeah, the stealth section, yeah, I remember. The thing is, this isn't really a track that I would listen to on its own. Like, it's really good for vibes, so I think I'm still putting it in memorable, but it's not like a track that I would listen to on its own. Because it's not really one that's meant for, like, just listening by itself. Like, you kind of need the environment and the vibe with it. Right. Hint from the Moonshadow. Yuxi Wang and Yang Li. Oh, this is a double composer track. Why does this one play? Need those two to collaborate on a major track in the future, I swear, right? Oh! Is this in one of the domains? Frostmoon Science domain, yeah! I remember. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. That one's fine. I wouldn't skip it. Yeah, that one's fine. Right. Votum awaited in vain. Yeah, so we're making our way through the quest exclusive stuff at the moment. Where does this one play? Let's see if I can find it. If I remember. Does this play in the area on the Frost Moon Scions where, like, you go and talk to Lauma, which was also, like, a custom domain? Can't hear the climax of this one in-game. Oh, really? During the wormholes in that domain, it plays briefly. Oh, interesting. But because the wormholes are too short, you can't hear it fully? Oh, I remember now, yeah. Oh. A little guitar under it. That one goes in peak, I think. I really like that one. Yeah, that one goes in peak. Fuck it. Like, low in peak, not too high, but, like, that's good. That's really good. The Gleaming Thread. Oh, this is a Frost Moon Scions track? Does this play in the domain where you chat to Lauma? Is that where this is? It's Lauma's encounter track. That's why I associate it with Lauma. That makes sense. I wouldn't skip it. That one's fine. Dalliance of Crystal Light. These are all relatively short. Is also a Lauma-related track. Because it's got that Lauma motif in it still. The da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. It's actually a double composer, again. Yeah, we have a new composer among us, although he's just an arranger. Yeah, I was gonna say. It's not a name I've seen before. That's another wouldn't skip it, I think. Yeah, that's another wouldn't skip it. Sorry that I'm kind of, like, breezing through the the story quest ones. These are usually meant to only be listened to a few times anyway, because you don't repeat them. So a lot of them are going to be in like the lower memorable to wouldn't skip it tier. And also I just really want to get to the battle themes. They're pretty short anyways. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Right, Dreadful Darkness closing in. This is another quest theme, right? This is related to Rayri, right? What I find interesting with these Wild Hunt tracks, when they use piano like this, it really reminds me of what they do with Ganon and with the Gloom Hands in Tears of the Kingdom. I don't know if you're familiar, but that's very funny because Rayrir's fucking hand powers incredibly similar to the Gloom Hands from Tears of the Kingdom. But they tend to use like dissonant piano for those. And that's very similar to that. I find that really interesting. That's a wouldn't skip it. I'd listen to it. Probably. Leaving No Trace. This is a Fatui bass ambush track. Very much remember this one. Some of that before the light fades to this one. Mm-hmm. Right. Hit those sins, brother. Fucking guitar is so good. Yeah. Yeah, this is the Fortress of Meripede vibes, absolutely. Yeah, this is absolutely going into, like, memorable at least. But this is the Act 1 Fatui base infiltration, right? With Lauma and Yehoda. Yehoda, my beloved. Oh, don't go to the next one yet. Leaving No Trace, I'm gonna put that, like, high memorable, because I very much remember running around the Fatui base with that. Fire and Shadow. Oh, we're down to the last row. Is this also Fatui base infiltration? Actually, don't remember. Sorry, wait, whoa, that melody? Hello? Hello, Mondstadt domain. Good morning? Was I the only one who, am I the only one who hears that? That is the same melody, right? This is the Yehoda part of the mission. That would make sense. What the hell? Yeah. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one who hears that. Sounds strikingly similar, right? I don't think intentional. I don't think that's intentional. But because it doesn't really make sense, but this is really funny. Spiral Abyss, yeah, right? Ooh, dissonant. Or tension, not dissonant. Yeah, my ears just immediately perked up at Mondstadt there. Do 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 do. Oh, that track ends very abruptly. I mean, this kind of goes into the tier because, like, I wouldn't even listen to it really, because it's very much just atmosphere. But, like, that doesn't make it bad. It's just, that's not really a track that I would go out of my way to listen to on my own without context, right? Right, we have 3 more tracks left of Disc 2, and then we're on to the very interesting Disc 3. Ruinous Clamor. Oh. Right, this is, like, the panic mode of just quest dialogue. Do 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 do. Bow 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 bow. Ray, we are losing his shit. Mm-hmm. Do 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 do. Ba da 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 da. The Lindis! Ooh. This is a very memorable track, to be honest. I mean, it kind of has to be when you're introducing a fucking sinner, right? Yeah. That's gonna go pretty high and memorable. All right, 2 more tracks. The Roiling Streets. This is very end of Act 2, where half of the squad is back in Nasha Town, right? Trying to stop the cannon from firing. That's what this is? Really like how that's a variation on Ruinous Clamor. Ooh. The quest tracks are always really interesting. Because, like, the overworld tracks have to be written in a way that they can kind of just fit the area no matter what you're doing. But these can be made for a very specific moment, which makes them really, really interesting because they can score them a lot more intently, I guess. That one's very well done. That is also a memorable track. I'm going to put that just below Ruinous Clamor. Right, and then we have the last track of Disc 2, A Sitting on a Gate. Oh. Annoyed puppet noises. I was gonna say, this is Sandrone's encounter theme, isn't it? Ad Astra Abyssosk, motherfucker. Now get out of my country. Honestly, I thought Sandrone was relatively intimidating, and then I saw her kissing Columbina on Twitter.com, and I was like, oh no, she's not that bad. I can't believe that that video is still all over my timeline. It's been like, what, 3-4 weeks since it was posted? It's still on my timeline. People are still fucking quote tweeting it and retweeting it and whatnot. It's still on my fucking timeline. Very memorable track, though. Oh, man. To be fair, that video, what even was that video? How did it nuke that strong? It's peak Yuri. It's like, just the way that it's animated is so well done that it's really funny that it's a Genshin fan animation. Like, I feel like if that was like an original IP and just like two characters and like a longer running like Yuri anime, that shit would bust. Even now, like, it's Genshin and it's still busting, which is incredible. All right. Well, the next one is the first battle theme of Nodcry that we ever heard. Right after we heard the Nodcry main theme, which is To Light the Aeon Dark. The feast has arrived. I have some opinions on these battle themes, and there's quite a few of them. I think we've never had this many battle themes at the start of a nation. I think there's never been this many, just like straight off the bat. Which is good. I like that. That is a very good thing. But I don't think we've, because there's what, 7? I believe there's 7 of them. So yeah, let's hit it. To Light the Aeon Dark. Expect all of these to go into like either peak or era defining, by the way. Maybe some of them will go into memorable. Love that high string so much. Album mix is so scrumptious. Yeah. Oh, I love this next chord. Oh, it feels so triumphant. And then the tension variation on that. Not crazy about the vocals here? Very crazy about the instrumental here. I'm not crazy about spoken word, typically in Genshin for some reason. I just, it's never really hit me. This though, oh, belt those fucking notes. Now she just goes full belting. So beautiful. Belt. Again. Okay. Now the question is, do I consider this battle theme era-defining? Or do I just put it in peak? That's the question. And that's a really fucking difficult question to answer, and I've been thinking about it basically all day. I've been thinking about that for the last 4 hours. That's a really difficult question to answer. You know what? I think either one of To Light the Aeon Dark or Straight Through the Snow Tide, at least one of these two ends up in era-defining, and I think I need to listen to Straight Through the Snow Tide to decide which one or if it's both. So let's listen to Straight Through the Snow Tide. I think I've made my decision. The intro of this battle is too iconic. This one definitely does. Just the way that this starts is just immediately like, it just blows you the fuck away. This feels a bit more like a traditional Genshin battle theme, to be fair. I love this so much. Yeah, no, it's gotta be this one. I will put To Light the Aeon Dark at the very top of peak. But I think this one is the one that goes into era-defining. This is gonna be the definitive non-Krai battle theme to me. The intro does everything, to be fair. And the intro of this one is just the strongest. Because the intro is the thing you're going to hear the most often. Yuxi Wang cooking as always, dude. Love the low male choir in the back. Oh. This is probably my favorite section, actually. Love me some irregular time signatures. Oh. I also just love that this one's 4 minutes. That does help. Vocalist in the back. Oh, the major key resolution, dude. What a way to bring it home, too. Fuck, dude. Yeah. Yeah, no, that one goes... Do I put it above whirling out and over? That's the ultimate question. I don't think I will. But it definitely goes right there. I like whirling out and over too much. I'm sorry. Right, straight through the snow tide. Or not straight through the snow tide. That was the one we just did. A thirst that cuts. I mean, the intro of this is also peak. This might also go into era defining, I'm not gonna lie. There's that rhythm again, the 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Can they give us a non-Krai album in the rhythm game already, please? I want to play some of these tracks. I know we're getting fucking PvP in the rhythm game. Next patch. This track should have been an overworld boss theme. Interesting. You thinking maybe the Radiant Moonfly? Oh. It's like Knuckle already has one. Oh. To be fair, the Radiant Moonfly fight is quite frantic. This could fit that. Oh, man. Okay, you know what? I feel bad. I'm gonna put To Light the Eon Dark at the bottom of era defining. Got the same vintage jolts in the forest and fiery pursuit. Ah, I got you. Really like this track though. Oh. This one goes above To Light the Eon Dark. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry, that goes above To Light the Eon Dark. Does it go above the redoubt amidst the frigid wind, though? I feel like that goes right there. Yeah. Right, I'm gonna mispronounce the fuck out of this. Sinti Loitsut of Koitar. I think. Ah, it's this one. Definitely one of the weaker ones, but I really like it. Like, this one isn't as in your face. Oh, right, the regular time signature. It's got that one extra 8th note. Yeah. This one's just nice. Big Nod Cry vibes. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, this is undoubtedly a Nod Cry battle theme. It's just a lot less in your face as the other ones. And I like that they're still making those. I like that they don't feel the pressure to, like, make every battle theme bigger than the last one. By the way, is that, does that count as Photon of Fluctuation? Yeah, I was gonna say, does that count as minor key Photon of Fluctuation? Kind of a shame this is really the only battle theme that has it. Like, the thing I always look forward to most in new battle themes is finding the Photon of Fluctuation reference. But the Eon Dark has it too. I think it does. Very minimally, but it does. Never actually heard this one all the way through. And I still really like it. I don't think this goes into era defining, but it definitely goes in peak. 100%. Listen to those vocals. Really like that ending. Yeah, that's like a high peak to me. That's like right there. Yeah, that feels good. Right, now we have the Fatui Facility Battle Theme Ironcast Torrent. I'm not the craziest about this one, but I don't hate it. The main reason I'm not too crazy about this is because I don't think I've ever heard this for more than 30 seconds. Because if you don't defeat the enemies within 20 seconds, you get fucked. There obviously is the local legend on top, which plays this as well. There's a very subtle nod to the Fatui theme in there. I mean, it feels very Fatui. I think that's like a high memorable for me. I wouldn't put it in peak because it is very short. It's kind of meant to be. I'd put it like there, right above Sandrone. Or Sandrone, sorry. Right. The next one, What Sleeps in Shadow Now Wakes, I believe is the Wild Hunt battle theme. Sure is. This is obviously a continuation of Dreadful Darkness closing in. You love how they still give the Wild Hunt a hurdy-gurdy, too. They're like, it's still not Krai. You haven't had your dose of hurdy-gurdy yet. They gave such a good sound to this enemy. They really did. Like, in sound design and everything. As much as I probably wouldn't go out of my way to listen to that myself, I am putting it in peak. Because I think that is such an incredible, like, from like a sound design and like atmosphere perspective, fits the Wild Hunt so well. And the fact that we now know that that like grows into eventually Ray Rear's boss theme, really good. Really, really good. I always like when there's battle themes that have a like through line to them. Even if it's stuff like, you know, the Shogun boss fight, right? You have you have that Shogun boss fight once at the start of Act 2 of Inazuma, and you have it again in Act 3, and then you have another Shogun fight in Act 2 of her own story quest, and all of those have like different variations of that same song that kind of have a bit of a progression to them. I like stuff like that. Same with Natlan. You had obviously you have Natlan's main theme, then you have the Ode of Resurrection come back in the end of Act 4 when the Ode of Resurrection is granted to every single member in Natlan until the Night Warden Wars are over. And then it comes back again during your last fight with Gasoithoth. Like, I love when battle themes have a through line like that. So, while I wouldn't go out of my way to listen to this myself, I think that just because of it's part of that through line for probably one of the most important antagonists that we've had. I say probably one of, I'd say the most, actually. The most important antagonist that we've had so far. Who we know is not done. Like, Hoyoverse specifically has said, like, Rayrear's story is not over. And I would be shocked if it was, to be fair. I don't think the answer is so simple as throwing him into a fucking moon hole, and then that's it. As funny as that was, I don't think that's the end of a fucking sinner. I don't think you just get to throw your problems into a bin and then close the lid. But yeah, no, just because it's part of that, I'm putting it in peak still. Right. I love this one. Duckle him down, baby. And I'm about to hear this a lot. Because I've leveled up. I know. I leveled up Flynn's. Do 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 do. This one just makes me happy. Once again, whimsy. I like me some whimsy. Yeah, that's slab bass though. It feels so fitting for one of Aino's creations. I honestly wish that when you fought overworld bosses that have specific themes attached to them, that whenever they appear in Abyss or in, like, Theater or Onslaught, that they play their custom themes, because they don't currently. I really like Knuckle 'em Down. Or Duckle 'em Down. I'm putting that, like, high of peak above Concilita of Thousand Lakes, because I just like how whimsical this is. Right, that's it for the battle themes. Now we just have cutscene tracks, which I didn't realize there was 8 of them. First, we have a re-meet of First Meetings. What cutscene is this? Is this the cutscene with your quote-unquote sibling? Spaceship still image. Oh! Meeting the Luonatar. Okay. Interesting they call that a re-meet of first meetings. There's the not crime motif. That's a wouldn't skip if it played for me, I think. That's just a fine track. The Deed That Cleft the Sea. This is a very short track, only 22 seconds. Which means I don't remember what it's for. Yeah, I don't remember what that one's for. That's an eh for me just because it's so short. It's not really something you can listen to. Armor of Light. This is a longer one. Wild Hunt Reveal, I think so. What cutscene is this? This is the first Rayrear cutscene, isn't it? Or is this... Or no, this is end of Act 1, isn't it? Llama Dispelling the White... Yeah, this is end of Act 1. Yeah. Yeah, I remember this one. Yeah, there's Llama's motif. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh. Such a beautiful motif. I'm glad they keep bringing it back, right? Also, seeing, like, Llama bleed out of her eyes is a hell of a sight to see at the, like, during that cutscene. Like, it's fucking crazy. That one definitely goes into memorable. Like, high memorable. For sure. Right, then we have the Great Cannon Thundering, which is very short. I believe this is that very short cutscene where the... actually, I don't know. I don't know what that is. It's also, it's too short to actually listen to. So I'm putting it in eh. Because it's only 20 seconds. But I don't remember where that played. When they first activate the cannon. Oh, it's the very first cannon activation in Act 2. Gotcha. Yeah. That makes sense. Alright. Luknos Enton Skote. Which I believe would be... That's Fey language. So I believe that would be... the first reveal of Rayrear and, like, us fighting him together with Flints. Yes. Yeah, I very much remember this one. I always think that is going to go into Sumeru. God, what a reveal that was, too. I lost my shit because I predicted it. I predicted it would be Rayrear, like, early on in Act 2. And just being vindicated like that. Love how the piano is moving. The way that piano went ba-da-da makes me think that it wanted to go makes me think it goes into Capitanos. What did I predict? How did I predict that Rayrear would be involved? So when we were sitting with Nefer in the tavern, just like discussing, like, okay, there is a person behind these like impersonations. No one has seen them but us, really. There haven't really been other sites of them, so they're very targeted. But it does mean that the Wild Hunt is not, like, mindless, and they're after something. They're after us specifically, and they were clearly after the Moon Marrow. So I was like, okay. The way they were setting it up made it feel to me, especially with, like, how far into the game that we are, like, I don't think they would just introduce a like, villain behind something Abyss-like this late that we didn't already know about. So my mind started thinking, like, okay, who could it be? Could it be another Fatui Harbinger? I was like, probably not, because the Wild Hunt was also attacking us when Sandrone was there. So it's probably not any of the Harbingers. It's probably not Dottore. It's probably not Piero. So Harbingers are out of the question. And then I was like, okay, well then who the fuck else could it be? I was like, a Hexencircle member wouldn't really make sense. Because, like, yes, they're not exactly on our side fully, but they also wouldn't actively be hunting us unless they had a specific reason to, and I couldn't think of one. So then I was like, well, the only thing I can really think of in terms of characters that we know about lore-wise that could be behind anything moon-related specifically is a sinner. And then immediately my mind jumped to Rayrear, because he is the only sinner that we know who has a much closer connection to the moon based purely on name. Because Rayrear of Solnari is like, it's Avenger of Solnari, The Chinese name translates directly to Moon Hunter. So it's like Moon Hunter or Sun Avenger Solnari, being like Sol is kind of like sun. But then also in the Moonlight Ballad of the Night, Moonlight Ballad of the Night trailer, Alice is holding a piece of paper that has, we've always known the moon goddesses as Aria, Sonnet, and Canon. But on her paper, it was like, I forgot what the A name was, but it was Solnari and Canon with an extra N. Which immediately reminded me of the moon goddesses when I first saw that. So I was like, well, if Solnari is on there, like, we know that Rayweir's name is Reikuro Solnari, he is the most likely candidate. And then to immediately have that confirmed like an hour and a half later, fucking vindicating. Anyway, this is a very memorable cutscene track. That's probably going to push the now listening thing off the screen, but it's fine. Yeah, that's a very memorable cutscene track. Right. Immediately into another Rayweir cutscene, an Obsession Unriven. This is the one where the cannon actually fires, and Rayweir first gets 10% of his body. At least I assume, because that's the order that would be in. Enough of time, The wave of Anefa thirsting this cutscene created? Damn right. Women will be fucking more robot girls than men in 2026. Not nod. Or whatever that news article's, like, title is. I'm sure Yehoda agrees. Anyway. Oh. Sorry, after that drip marketing, I'm a firm Yehoda supporter. Get him, Anefa! Well, that can't be good. Swear it, Flynn's is so fucking dry, dude. I love that guy. But my god. Oh, the Rayweir reveal. So peak. Man, what a way to reveal a sinner, like, properly. This one goes into peak. It does. It's like low in peak, but like it definitely does. All right, I'm gonna try my best to pronounce this full track name. La preuve d'une demoiselle au le bal de la numérologie. I don't know. Fucking Sandrone appears with a big fucking mech and thinks that she can screw Rayweir over. Hit the Fatui melody. Ba ba ba. Da da. Ba da. Yeah, her little version of the Fatui motif is so fun. Been lurking on this because I love video game music. Your respect is genuinely made my day. Thank you so much. So glad we enjoy the same tracks. Hell yeah! Thank you so much, Nine of Cups. I'll hopefully be doing this with more of Genshin's albums. I'll just work my way back. Oh. Some hints of Not Cry battle themes in there. And you think it's over, and then it's not. I love how the fucking piano like that is used to represent Rayrear, man. It reminds me so much of the Gloom from Tears of the Kingdom in like the best way possible. And then Columbina the Rage Baiter comes in. And pisses off Sandrone specifically. And then they kiss or something, I don't know. Whatever it is that women do. Not a straight person in those Fatui Harbingers, I tell you. Not one of them. That's high peak. Just for that Fatui motif at the very start, that goes high up on the list. I'll put it like right there. All right, and then there's only a 30-second track left. Light shines through the fingers as a silver stream. I don't actually remember what this one is from. Oh, right. What an interesting way to end the album like that. I wouldn't have ended the album on that track personally, but that does mean we're done once I figure out where to put that. I wouldn't skip it. Oh my god. That's it. That's the full album. That took 5 hours for what? This isn't even a 3-hour album. I'm 2 hours of yapping. Fuck, dude. Yeah, that's how I be. You can't stop me. Anyway, I'm gonna pick a track I really love to listen to while, where is it? Oh, come on, where are you? I'm looking for a specific track that I always really like listening to. There we go. This is one of my favorite Natlan tracks. Are you surprised that Whirling Out and Over is at the top of my list for Nod Cry? Are you shocked? I love this track so much. This to me is like the Natlan credits roll, this track. Tragically, I don't know if Harborbound Warm Breeze has been uploaded on Daily Genshin Music yet, but if it hasn't, put that shit in the queue for me right now. Request, straight away. Add it in. I don't know if this one's been posted yet. Same goes for Whirling Out and Over, to be fair. Just last night was the last track in the queue. Let's fucking go! This is your track in the teapot. Nice. My teapot track, which is probably my favorite Natlan Overworld track. Or, like, not my favorite Natlan Overworld track. It's my favorite Natlan tribe track. I'll wait for this to finish. Yeah, mine is this one. I cannot listen to this track without just getting a massive fucking smile on my face. Just immediately. I fucking love Flower Feather's music, dude. Knew it was gonna be this one, it's so good, right? I can't wait to like do a stream of the Natlan albums at some point. And then you get the harmonization. Or whatever the fucking harmony is. I can't do it. I'm not a singer. Fuck off. I'm a pianist. You know what a track is? I'm gonna pull one more track up before I'm like gonna start wrapping up stream because it's 11:33 p.m. and I've been live for 5 hours listening to music and talking about it. I was out of the game for a while, came back during Easy Breeze, so I hadn't experienced any of that until this summer, and oh my god, the music smacked me in the face so peak I cried to it. Handshake. Big fucking handshake. I've taken consistent breaks from Genshin. I'm a day one player. I did start on the day the game came out, 5 years ago. Most patches I've logged in at least once. The vast majority of patches I have played regularly, but I have occasionally taken breaks from the game, sometimes spanning like 2, maybe 3 patches. There'll always be patches in the later half of the year. I'm almost always there during the start of the year when like the main Archon Quest stuff is happening. But especially towards the end of the Fontaine era, when we didn't have a new Archon Quest between Fontaine Act 5 and Bedtime Story, I was pretty out of the game. And even when Bedtime Story came out, I did not play it. I only played it in 4.8 after I was finished with Simulanka. And I didn't know if I was gonna be playing Natlan. Then the reveal stream happened. I heard the main theme for Natlan and I immediately fell in love. And then I started playing Natlan, and basically since starting Natlan, I have not missed a day unless I have actively not been home. Natlan fully pulled me back in. I wasn't the biggest on Fontaine's exploration. I wasn't the biggest on exploration in the game in general. Like, I do the big world quest, and like those were fun because it was like you were doing like puzzles and stuff, but it was on a bit more of a guided track, so you didn't have to like, you know, go off the path and like find new stuff yourself. I was never too big on that. Natlan made me fall in love with exploration all over again, and I've since 100%ed all of Natlan, 100%ed all of Fontaine. I'm almost done with Sumeru and Inazuma, and then Mondstadt and Leeway or whatever. I'll do those eventually. I'm also 100% done with Krai already, but that's free because of the new compass. New compass is big. Hot take. I don't like it. I in the future am going to try my best not to upgrade it. What I like about Genshin is that the world is well designed enough that you only really need the compass for that last few percent. And the way that the Krai compass is designed, it almost means that you're not really exploring anymore. You're just pressing a button. And then it gives you everything. Like everything in the area, and you're not really finding stuff on your own anymore. It removes a bit of the element of discovery. For the people who don't care about exploration and just want their primo gems, it is great. Like, I'm glad that it exists. But I used it for this patch, for the 6.0 patch, and especially the idea of when you hit 90%, just having the entire thing given to you. I had a pretty shit experience with that because on Lempo Isle, there was just a world quest that I straight up hadn't done yet, and I didn't know was there. I hadn't found it yet. And basically just like an entire cave/dungeon worth of quests just popped up on the compass, and I was like, I've not been here. I didn't know there was a cave here. So I didn't go there and like stumbled upon a world quest by myself by just like trying to explore around. I went there deliberately because I was like, oh, well, I guess there has to be a world quest here. And that took a little bit of the element of discovery out of it. Most people won't have issues with that, but I'm probably just going to use the compass a bit less. That's my solution to it. I'm not going to like say, oh, they should remove this from the game, because it's really nice for people who don't care about exploration and just want their primo gems. I hope they backdate it to older regions. Like, by all means, do that. Good. That absolutely they should do that. But I'm probably not going to use it as much. I'm probably just going to leave the compass at level 1, maybe level 2. I just like that you don't need to craft it anymore. I like that you don't need to unlock the treasure compass by like leveling up reputation anymore. Sumeru Desert is my favorite area. You are a person of you are speaking straight to my heart. I love the Sumeru Desert. So many people hate it. I did a large amount of the Sumeru Desert before we even had underground maps in game. I loved the Sumeru Desert. Anyway, I want to play one more track before we head off. I'm gonna play a cutscene track from last year. Not from a Archon quest. I'm gonna play a cutscene track from a story quest. There's 2 specific cutscene tracks in Genshin. I'm gonna play both. Why not? I'll play the first one first. Hold on. There's 2 specific cutscene tracks in Genshin that get me to just close to tears every time. First one. Yoimiya Act 2, baby. I heard this played by a live orchestra because I went to the Genshin Symphony in London earlier this year. Ah. I love you, Gusty Garden Genshin Impact. I got to hear this live and I sobbed all the way through it, the full 3 minutes. I was actually ugly crying. I was so glad that we had seats in the very back row of the concert hall, because I was ugly crying next to my partner. Like, genuinely. This track means so much to me. Yuxi is self-taught? Like, how? I know, right? And then we get Yoimiya's theme in here. Instant fucking tears. And we get the reharmonization of it. to add extra tension. And then you bring the whole orchestra back in for one final hurrah. And then you end it off with your Amiya's theme again. But leaving it unresolved. Oh. And then, probably my favorite character story quest cutscene track from last year. And I'm super serious about this. I consider this track the spiritual successor to Chasing Starlight with You. It's Mizuki's. This piece is fucking beautiful. Do you understand what I say when this feels like the spiritual successor to Chasing Starlight with You? Even the cutscene itself. You're fucking flying through the skies of Inazuma versus you're flying through the skies of Sumeru. Like... that minor fourth, dude. It's 1 minor 4, 1 minor 4 constantly. It's so good. And then we get to my favorite part. In a moment, not yet. Right, hit it. Oh, man. The climax of this. Such a beautiful fucking piece, man. Okay, fine. We'll do one more cutscene track. I'll do one more cutscene track because this is my favorite event cutscene track of all time. Of all time? You know, yeah, probably. It's also from last year. You know what? I'll give you one. I'll give you guys one chance to guess. What do you think my favorite event cutscene track of all time is? Now, do remember that I've played most of every major story event. I may have skipped a few here and there, but if I did skip them, I at least watched them and like saw the cutscenes and heard the music. What do you think my favorite cutscene track of all time is? Or my favorite event cutscene track of all time? Tragically, you know me so well. You know me so well. So, I did say that, to me, Harborbound Warm Breeze felt like a Natlan credits roll. Harborbound Warm Breeze felt like a Natlan, like exploration credits roll. This one felt like a Natlan character credits roll, which is crazy because not a single line of dialogue was spoken in this entire cutscene. Like, I guess Harborbound Warm Breeze was a farewell to, like, just the vibes of Natlan. This was a farewell to, like, mainland Natlan's environment, because Easy Breeze is quite different. It is, like, a fully separate island. This was, like, a farewell to mainland Natlan. And man, This cutscene brought me to tears. It's bringing me to tears even thinking about it. For the people who don't know, this is the 5.5 event quest, where you heal up where you effectively help a Saurian who's already dead, like, actually guide his soul back into the Night Kingdom. But before you do, you have a little last hurrah with him. And he just goes and plays with all the Saurians across the entire nation, and it's fucking beautiful. And, like, every Natlan motif is in here. This cutscene made me ugly cry. Actually, after that, chasing flames like strings motif returning was not normal. Me neither. Natlan fed us so well. I don't even have to see the cutscene to start crying. And then this at the end. The way they just want to get some extra tears out of the people who've listened to the music. They throw this at the end. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. You can't do that. That's not allowed. God damn it. What a beautiful fucking track, man. You know what? Speaking of Natlan tracks, let's pull the piano out. No, fuck it. I like, that's not how you actually play that track, but I really like this chord progression. So I like to play the end of that track as... It's just, it adds so much tension to it. I don't know. I just like it. Fuck. I love Natlin. I fucking love Natlin so much. Can you tell I love Natlin so fucking much? Oh man, I could fucking talk about Natlin's music all day. Like legitimately I could. I mean there's obviously, hold on. If we're doing Natlin stuff. What is it again? Then it's and then it's and then it's I kind of veered off the path there, because that's not how the fucking main theme continues. I mean, yes, that melody is there, but I played it differently, and now I don't remember how to continue. Whatever. It was fun. Freaking bravo. I don't know. I'm just trying my best over here. I love Natlin's main... Dude, all the main themes are so good, to be fair. as that major fourth. They love using that one. Oh, man. That chord progression is so simple, but it's so fucking effective. It's so good. It's so good at what it does. You know what? I shouldn't be on this fucking scene. Hold on. We're no longer talking about Nod Krai. Give me a moment. Yeah, it's much better. And now give me my piano on the screen. There we go. Much better. We're no longer chatting about Nod Krai. Well, we are. I was playing Nod Krai music, but we're no longer grading the Nod Krai tier list. What other nation main themes do we have? Oh, if you're playing your piano, we can't hear it. Fuck, shit, right, shit, fuck. Damn it. I was going so hard, dude. God damn it. Fuck. I was so glad I looked at chat. That would have been so fucking funny if that would have been so funny if I just straight up didn't. It was the piano. Yeah. No, that would have been so funny if I just played that entire thing and y'all couldn't hear shit. There it is. Thought you were like rummaging through your stuff. No. I was. You know what? I'll start from the top. And then it's like... because then it stays in the original key again, and then it does that melody again. And then it goes. And that's how it modulates to B minor. I love Fontaine's main theme a lot. It's definitely not my favorite. My favorite is honestly Tide Natlan Sumeru. I can't pick a favorite between those two. It's so hard to pick between those two. Recency bias would tell me Natlan. But like Sumeru still, I mean... I just knocked stuff off my piano. Lamau. I've been playing too intense. Oops. Let me move that stuff off. Oh, incredible. You know what? I've been playing main themes, but if we're in Sumeru, might as well play one of my favorite. I guess it's an overworld track, but like most people will remember it from a cutscene. If you're hearing this key, you might already know what track I'm thinking of. And then I do a little variation on the ending. Inspired by Nahita's trailer. Nahita's trailer at the end, when they include that melody specifically, leave that on like a minor fourth cliffhanger, because that's kind of when the whole thing falls apart and the samsara repeats. Which is one of the saddest moments in a Genshin trailer of all time, like a character trailer. Like normally they would just end it like... But how I like to end it is... For diminished? It's just such a good way to end that track, because it's so soul-crushing. You know which tracks I wish got more modern day appreciation from the Genshin community? You know which tracks? I'll start playing one. Oh, fuck. You think I'm going to continue playing this one, but actually... The only reason that I like playing those two next to each other is because at one point they had those two tracks. They had like a kids choir who sang like a medley of like 2 or 3 Dragonspine tracks way back in the day. And those two tracks were in the same. They were in that like medley, in the same key, and they just transitioned so nicely into each other. I fucking love Dragonspine so much. Dragonspine is like one of my favorite memories ever playing Genshin. I was very early on. Dragonspine was the first expansion, right? And I really wanted to play it because it looked really fun. It looked really cool. We didn't know what to expect really because it was the first one. I was so excited to play it, in fact, that I wanted to play it as soon as it came out. But because of my time zone, that is at like 3 or 4 in the morning. And I was still living with my parents at the time, so I couldn't, because they wouldn't let me. But I had my phone, So I installed Genshin onto my phone and set an alarm for 3 in the morning so that I could play the update. And I did, and it was like, there was a snowstorm outside, literally. The heating was basically on all day, so it was like I was under like a super thick blanket, in bed, earbuds in, on my phone, playing through Dragonspine for the first time. Legitimately, core gaming memory. Like, genuinely. Actual core gaming memory. That's not one that's leaving me. And that music specifically just, like, fully fucking sent me. Like, Dragonspine these days is, like, regarded as probably one of the, like, worse map expansions, mostly due to the fact that the treasure compass doesn't even work in Dragonspine, which is crazy that they still haven't, like, changed that. That's wild. The Mondstadt compass should work in Dragonspine. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? But, you know, whatever. But, man, at the time, fucking magical. And then this kicks in, like, the... Nope, not gonna do that. Nuh-uh. Not gonna do that. Nope. God. I love... My ADHD brain will just let me, like, do that shit to, like, Genshin music. I will just, like, throw shit together for no good reason. Trying to think of, like, what other, like, iconic, like, melody or motif is there that I could play something from. I need to go, but this was so fun. You've gained a viewer out of me. Lol, good night. Hell yeah. Thank you so much. You have a wonderful rest of your night as well. To be fair, I'm probably wrapping up soon. It is like past midnight. I should wrap up soon. Fuck it. Thank you, Yuxi. Whatever the fuck, dude. I don't even know. What do I play to finish it off before I head off? You know what? Why not? Nope. Yeah, that's it. Sorry, my bad. Oopsies. I don't know what that was. Did you see that? Oh my god. All right. That was enough fun. That was good. No, I'm not ending with that music actually. I want to end with let's see. What track will I pick for the stream ending? What's a fun one? What's a fun one? What was this one again? Sure. Wait, is this? No, that's too happy. No. That's too sad. Too sad. I need to learn my track names better, dude. Yeah, fuck it. Bossa Nova. That'll do. Alright, chat. Actual jump scare. Anyway, I'll be, like, exporting the tier list, posting it to Twitter. If you have a request of what album you want me to do next, either, like, reply to that tweet with it, or like put it in the comments of the video or something like that, or just like if you have a direct line to me, just fucking message me. Part of me wants to do them in order, but part of me also just wants to do whatever album I'll have the most fun with, you know? For the people who care about Honkai Star Rail, next Tuesday, I'll be doing an entire stream just recapping the, Dance of Sub-Zerus. Alright, fuck you. I'll do Dance of Sub-Zerus. Whatever. There it is. Yeah, I'll be doing a stream recapping the entirety of the Emphoria story on Tuesday before we do the final chapter on Wednesday. That's obviously been a year-long story, so there's been a lot that's happened, because every story quest has been like 6 to 8 hours. Yeah, I'll be trying my best to, like, get myself back up to speed on everything before doing the last chapter. We'll be streaming it on Wednesday when that comes out. That's kind of all I've got planned for this coming week. But we'll see. I hope that you all have a wonderful rest of your evening. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your weekend. As much of, there's not much of it left, but I hope that you have a wonderful rest of it nonetheless. Yeah, thank you all so much for showing up today, and I will chat to you all next time. All right? Bye-bye.